Hey dreamer, tonight we're doing a full medieval sleep marathon. 3 absolutely unhinged medieval topics. First, we're going to find out what it was like to be poor in medieval times. Not I overspent at the supermarket poor. I mean, my rent is paid in eggs, my mattress is straw, and my roommate is a goat with strong opinions poor. Then, because medieval poverty isn't just uncomfortable, it's medically ambitious, we're going straight into the insane cures people actually trusted. Because in the Middle Ages, you will get sick. It's not a plot twist, it's a schedule. And the cures, they're strangely poetic, deeply chaotic, and sometimes involve ingredients that sound like a curse. And finally, just when you think the century couldn't get any weirder, we'll end with medieval sports. The sweaty, chaotic, dangerous community entertainment that feels less like a friendly game and more like a sanctioned village riot with snacks. So before we time travel into the medieval world, take a second to like this video and hit that subscribe button. Your support means much more than you think. And while you're here, leave a comment telling me where you're listening from and what history topic you would love to see next. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, turn on a fan if you want that soft medieval wind through the cracks in your cottage ambience. Pull the blanket up a little higher, mostly for warmth, but also because the 14th century is absolutely crawling with creatures that have never met a toe they didn't like. Well, congratulations, you've just woken up in a tiny village in the year 1327, somewhere in Western Europe. You're poor, you own almost nothing, the roof probably leaks, and your back already hurts. And you haven't even gotten out of bed yet. The air smells faintly of smoke, animals, and boiled cabbage. Outside, someone is already yelling about the state of the fields. Good luck. You wake up before dawn, not because you're an ambitious morning person, but because the smoke in your one-room house has reached marinading your lungs level, and someone's chicken just stepped on your face. The fire in the centre of the floor has been smouldering all night, filling the rafters and then drifting gently down to season you like a ham. You're lying a few inches away from your entire family, one goat, and a suspiciously bold mouse who clearly pays no rent. There's no alarm clock, just roosters, aching joints, and the vague knowledge that if you don't get up, you don't eat. It's cold, it smells like burning everything, and your first conscious thought is, my nose hurts, and also, why is the ceiling alive? As your brain slowly boots up, you notice that the ceiling is not actually moving. That is just the smoke wobbling in layers, trapped against the thatch like a ghost that forgot how doors work. Your throat feels like you spent the night swallowing campfire. Somewhere to your left, a child is snoring. To your right, someone is muttering in their sleep. And directly in front of you, the goat is chewing on something that you're really hoping is not your only sock. You shift on the straw mattress and it answers back with a chorus of creaks, crackles, and one very suspicious skittering. The straw pokes through the fabric, needling your skin through your shirt, and you realize that during the night a fine layer of ash has settled over everything. Your hair, your blanket, your family, all lightly dusted like pastries in a very severe bakery. You inhale and get the full bouquet of medieval morning. Smoke, sweat, old wool, animal, and the faint tang of yesterday's cabbage. There is no private space to regroup. You sit up carefully so you do not headbutt the low rafters, quietly negotiating with your spine, which has been sleeping in a position that would make a chiropractor weep. Someone groans as you move, a child rolls over and steals half the blanket, and the chicken that woke you hops indignantly off your chest. and flaps toward the door as if this was your fault. Outside, you hear the first rooster announce that suffering time has begun. You can see your breath in the dim grey light that squeezes in through gaps in the shutters. The fire at the centre is down to sullen embers, but it is still the most important thing in the room. If it dies, you spend the morning coaxing flame from cold coals with numb fingers and bad words you definitely did not learn from the priest. You scoot closer, hands out, trying to steal a little warmth without choking on another lungful of smoke. There is no central heating, just central hoping. In a world without insulation, double glazing, or even the concept of comfort as you know it, the hovel is still your fortress. The walls lean a little, the roof leaks sometimes, the floor is absolute chaos, but it keeps the worst of the wind off and most of the wolves out. You look around at the silhouettes of the people and animals you share this space with. Listen to the tiny sounds of their breathing in the dark, and understand that this is your whole universe before sunrise. Then your stomach growls, your nose drips, a piece of straw stabs you in the hip, and you remember. The day will not survive itself, so unfortunately you have to. Let's take a moment to admire your bed, which is not so much a bed as it is a collaborative art project between straw, vermin and gravity. You sleep on a lumpy mattress stuffed with old reeds or straw, flattened into what might generously be called historic compost. Sheets, adorable concept. You have a rough linen blanket if you're lucky, maybe a wool one if your life is going suspiciously well. You share this setup with family members and, unofficially, with lice, fleas, and the occasional beetle who's really going through something. Every time you roll over, you release a faint cloud of dust, chaff, and spiritual disappointment. It is not cozy, but it is better than sleeping directly on the dirt floor, which is still an option if someone wets the straw. Again, the mattress has a personality. It remembers every season it has survived, every spill, every fever, every night someone coughed until morning. When you lie down, it does not cradle you so much as slowly surrender. The middle sags, the edges crunch, and there is always one sharp stalk of straw that finds the same spot in your spine with the dedication of a tax collector. You remove it, and the mattress calmly offers a replacement. You do not have a bed to yourself. This is a group project. At night, everyone piles in, a carefully arranged puzzle of limbs and breathing and quiet complaints. You sleep shoulder to shoulder with siblings or children, maybe an elder who wheezes like an old bellows. Personal space is a fantasy from a different universe. If someone tosses in their sleep, everyone moves. If a child has a bad dream, suddenly you are the pillow and the mattress and the emotional support animal. In winter, this heat becomes the entire heating system. You drag the bed as close to the fire as you dare without actually setting your future on fire. Moisture from the floor creeps up the legs of the frame, so the straw smells faintly of damp earth and smoke. Breath fogs in the air above you, mixing with the haze from the hearth, so you drift off inside your own personal low cloud. It is like sleeping in a shared, itchy sauna, only colder and less relaxing. Cleaning the bed is a heroic event. On rare good days, you haul the mattress outside, beat it, shake it, and watch an unholy storm of dust and crumbs, and tiny ex-tenants explode into the sunlight. The neighbours know it is bed day because the entire yard looks like it is being fumigated by disappointment. You spread the straw to dry. Pick out the worst bits. Maybe add a little fresh stuffing if you can spare it. Then you bring it back in and pretend this time it will feel different. Compared to a modern mattress with springs and layers of clever foam, your bed is a stubborn pile of plant remains that has seen too much. But to you, after a day of labour, it is still the softest place you know. You stretch out, feel the familiar sag under your hips, listen to the rustle of straw, and the tiny chorus of creatures you choose not to think about and let your eyes close. It is uncomfortable, crowded, and objectively grim. But for a few hours each night, it is also the only space in your life where you're allowed to lie down and not be useful. Now it is time to get dressed, which is easy because you own exactly one outfit. No, what should I wear today, paralysis? Just, is it still mostly in one piece? You pull on a rough linen shirt that feels like it was woven from aggressive napkins, then a wool tunic that smells faintly of sheep and permanently damp weather. Your clothes have been patched so many times they are mostly stitches pretending to be fabric. Shoes are optional, leather is expensive, so maybe you have wooden clogs, or maybe your feet are now part callous. Fashion is simple. Layers of itchy fabric and a thrilling range from brown to other brown, and the knowledge that if this outfit fails, you're out of both style and options. The shirt went to bed with you and woke up with you. It hangs nearby at night, soaking up smoke from the hearth and the breath of everyone crammed into the room. In the morning, it is never really clean. At best, it sits in the grey area between filthy and freshly ruined. The linen scrapes at your neck and shoulders as you move, reminding you that cloth is expensive and comfort is something rich people might discuss while sitting very still. You pull at the collar, retie the laces, and choose not to remember the last time this fabric met truly hot water. Laundry is not a weekend chore, it is a campaign. Washing means hauling water, heating it, making or buying harsh soap, and scrubbing until your arms feel like boiled noodles. You cannot spare that kind of effort often, so you mostly live inside slow-growing stains. Stew, mud, ash, sweat. They all become part of the pattern. When a seam gives way, someone sits by the fire and stitches it closed with whatever thread exists, leaving small scars that quietly record every season you have survived. The wool tunic goes over the top, your portable weather compromise. In summer, it gently cooks you. In winter, it traps just enough warmth to keep your fingers working, while still letting the wind remind you who is in charge. It smells of sheep, smoke, damp walls, and last week's dinner. You brush off straw, smooth the front, and hope the overall effect reads as decent peasant and not walking scarecrow. Around your waist goes a belt or cord, the closest thing you have to pockets. Maybe it holds a knife, a small pouch, a key if your household is doing unusually well. Nothing you wear is decorative. Every piece has a job, even if that job is simply keeping your skin covered enough that the priest does not give you a sermon with extra eye contact. Then there are your legs and feet, trousers or a simple gown, again in the colour palette of dirt. If you have clogs, they clap the ground and rub your heels raw. If you do not, your bare feet meet every stone and puddle personally, building calluses where modern shoes would have emotional breakdowns. What you wear is not self-expression. It is your portable survival system and your social status report. You do not ask, does this spark joy? You ask us, will this get me through another day in the field? Will this keep out most of the rain? Will this pass a quick inspection from someone who can make my life worse? If the answer is even a cautious maybe, you pull your scratchy layers into place, take a breath of smoky air, and step out to earn another set of stains. It is time for breakfast, and by breakfast I mean mildly flavoured survival. There are no pancakes, no avocado toast, no double vanilla oat milk latte with caramel drizzle. You get yesterday's bread if there is any left, sliced, soaked in something, and chewed with the grim focus of someone who understands that this is fuel, not fun. Maybe it is dipped in a bit of weak ale or watered down milk, because water itself is negotiable. If it is a good day, there is a thin porridge made from barley or oats, a warmish sludge that sticks to your ribs and your soul. Sugar is a rumour, butter is aspirational. You stare into your bowl of beige and think, this is fine, because the alternative is thinking about lunch, which may or may not exist. There is no grand breakfast table. You sit on a bench, a stool, or just a patch of floor that is currently less muddy than the others. The fire that smoked you awake now does double duty, heating the pot where breakfast slowly turns from grain and water into something almost edible. Someone stirs with a wooden spoon that has seen more meals than you have birthdays. The smell is basic and familiar, a mix of grain, smoke, and faint desperation. Food follows an order. The very old, the very young, and the people who have to work hardest might get ladled first. But there is not much difference between first and last when the pot is only half full. Bowls are shared if there are not enough to go around. You eat quickly because you are hungry, and because if you dawdle, a sibling or a dog will happily finish your portion the moment you look away. The bread is hard enough to qualify as construction material. That is why you soak it. Tear a piece off and it fights back. But once you dunk it in ale or milk, it relaxes a little and becomes something you can almost call a meal. You chew slowly, partly to make it last, partly because if you bite too hard you risk chipping what is left of your teeth on a tiny stone baked into the loaf. Every crunch is a small gamble. On rare, suspiciously good mornings there is a scrap of onion, a bit of herb, maybe a spoon of animal fat stirred into the pot. Suddenly the porridge has flavour. Not much, but enough that you close your eyes for a second and breathe in the steam like it is a luxury spa treatment. Most days, though, it is plain. Plain, but warm, and warmth is a kind of mercy. You do not talk much. Words come later in the day when you're working. Right now your body is busy turning beige into motion. There is the clink of wooden spoons, a few sniffs, the occasional complaint from a child who hoped for something better without really knowing what better might be. Someone wipes the last streaks from the pot with a crust, because waste is not a concept you can afford. You set your empty bowl aside and feel that familiar not quite full, not quite empty ache. There is no second helping, no quick snack before you leave. Just the memory of warmth, the faint taste of grain on your tongue, and the quiet understanding that this is as good as this morning is going to get. It is enough to stand up, tighten your belt, and walk out into the day. In your world, that counts as a decent start. Step outside your hovel and welcome to the village, a charming cluster of slightly different mud. The street is mostly a communal mud trench, with added bonus substances, manure, kitchen waste, and whatever the pigs have decided to contribute. Chickens roam freely, children roam less freely, and everyone knows everyone else's business because there are no curtains, only vibes. The church tower, if your village has one, rises above it all like a stone parental figure, silently judging you. The village well is where you collect water and fresh gossip. The layout is simple: houses, a few sheds, maybe a communal oven, and fields stretching out beyond. It looks peaceful from a distance, but up close it is a restless knot of grudges, fears, and constant negotiation over whose pig did what in whose garden. The first thing that greets you is the smell: animal, smoke, old cabbage, and a generous top note of wet dirt. After a while your brain gives up and calls it normal, because there is no alternative. You watch your step because every puddle is a surprise and you only own one pair of anything. Pigs snort and root as if they pay the rent. A goose eyes you with open hostility, and you accept that this bird now outranks you socially. The soundscape is constant. Dogs barking, hens clucking, someone chopping wood, a baby crying, two neighbours already arguing about a fence line they both know perfectly well. There are no thick walls, no private gardens, no way to whisper without at least one curious soul catching half the story. Even indoors you hear the village breathing, complaining, coughing, and occasionally laughing through thin doors and gaps in the thatch. The well is your notice board and news feed. You arrive with a bucket and leave with water, rumours, and 3 new reasons to worry. Who is ill? Who is behind on rent? Who irritated the reeve? Who was seen near the woods when sensible people were in bed? Nobody calls it politics, but every casual remark nudges someone up or down the invisible ladder of respectability. You learn early that words at the well grow legs. Power in this place is layered and messy. The reeve speaks for the Lord, the priest speaks for God and sometimes for the Lord, and the elders speak for the way things have always been. You answer to all of them, plus the weather, plus whatever the neighbours think of you this week. Disputes are handled in public, or at least loudly enough that they might as well be. People comment from doorways like a living comment section that never logs off. For all the gossip and friction, these are still your people. When a roof gives way in a storm, when someone falls sick, when a fire catches where it should not, it is the same neighbours who come running with tools, buckets, and advice you did not ask for but get anyway. You share the communal oven, share tools, share worries about the harvest and the winter to come. From a distance, the village could pass for charming. Small houses, blue smoke, fields beyond. Up close it is mud splashed on your legs, someone else's chicken in your doorway, a pair of eyes watching from a barely open shutter, and the church bell reminding you that both heaven and everyone on this street are keeping track. You take a breath, step over something you choose not to identify, and carry on. Here, in this patch of mud and noise, you are not just living in the village, you are one of its daily stories. Somewhere nearby, usually up a hill just to emphasize the point, lives your Lord. You do not interact with him much, but his presence is felt in every corner of your life and every corner of your grain sack. You owe him rent, labour, and random fees with names that sound made up but are unfortunately real. Want to grind your grain at the mill? Pay the Lord. Want to use the oven? Pay the Lord. Want to exist on land that technically is not yours? Definitely pay the Lord. You might see him ride through occasionally, bright clothes, suspicious number of teeth. You bow, you step aside, and you hope he does not decide today is a good day to add another charming little tax. Most of what you know about him arrives through other people. A steward or bailiff appears in the village with lists, and the relaxed shoulders of someone whose survival does not depend on the harvest. He reads out what is owed this year, and somehow the numbers are always higher. Whatever the story at the manor, the solution is always more from you. Rent day feels like a small trial. You line up with your neighbours, each clutching sacks and baskets that represent months of work. Grain, eggs, a chicken, maybe a few coins if your house is unusually lucky. The steward weighs and measures, frowning if anything seems light. There are no written receipts. Your proof is that you are still allowed to stay on the land. If you're short, you get a thin smile and the promise that the debt will be remembered. Then comes the labour you owe, the days when you work his land instead of your own. Ploughing, sowing, weeding, harvesting, all on fields that will not feed your family directly. Your own narrow strips wait while you tramp someone else's soil. In busy seasons his work comes first and your crops get whatever time and strength you have left. On top of this are the little extras. A fee if you marry outside the estate. A fee when your child inherits your holding. A fee to use his mill, his oven, his wine press. Even a dead cow can produce an obligation if you want to sell the hide. None of these sums is huge alone, but together they live in your life like stones in your shoe you are never allowed to remove. On the rare day you see the man himself, it is like glimpsing a creature from a brighter, cleaner world. His clothes have real colour. His horse steps around puddles while your feet live in them. He might nod at the village as if blessing scenery. You pull off your cap, bow your head, and focus on looking like a quiet tenant who does not have opinions. In theory, this is a trade. He owes you protection, with walls, armed men, and friends who sit nearer the king than you ever will. If raiders come or another lord decides to be dramatic, his stone house might be the safe place for miles. In practice, the line between protection and being squeezed like wet cloth is thin. Good year or bad, the dues do not stop. You cannot simply walk away. Your rights to the land are wrapped around his rights to you, tied by custom and the fact that you have nowhere else to go. So you work, you pay, you bow, and you live each season knowing that a slice of your harvest was never yours at all. Legally speaking, your status could be a whole situation. Maybe you are a serf, tied to the land and the lord like a very anxious houseplant. Maybe you are technically a free peasant, allowed to move or negotiate, at least in theory. In practice, you mostly go where hunger and obligations push you. The law is a distant thing, written by people you will never meet, but it shapes everything. What you owe, where you can go, who can marry whom, and whether running away is a bold move or a terrible idea. You might understand your position less in terms of law, and more in terms of vibes. The land owns you more than you own anything. It is complicated, but the short version is, you are poor, someone above you is not, and they expect a lot of your time. If you are a serf, you and the soil are in a committed relationship that nobody asked you to enter. You are not a slave exactly. You cannot usually be sold away from the land by itself, but you come as part of the package. When the estate passes to a new lord, you go with it, like furniture that complains and occasionally needs shoes. Your right to live on your strip of land exists, but so does the lord's right to your labour and fees, and his rights win arguments. A free peasant sounds nicer, and sometimes it is. You might rent land from more than one lord, bargain a little, or even pack up and move if you can pay what you owe and find a new place to take you. In reality, money, contacts, and sheer luck decide how free you actually feel. You can leave in theory. In practice, there are tolls, local customs, armed men who like to ask questions, and the small issue of needing to eat during the journey. The law that defines all this lives mostly in the mouths of officials and elders. You cannot read it. You hear it. From the reeve, from the priest, from that one neighbour who enjoys quoting rules the way modern people quote their favourite show. Custom is as strong as written law. This is how we do things here is a sentence that ends more careers than any royal decree. You learn the rules through stories about people who broke them and regretted it. Thinking of running away feels thrilling for about 12 seconds. Then you remember that if you vanish, your family may still be held responsible for what you owed. The Lord might send someone to track you, especially if lots of people have tried it lately. There are towns and cities where runaways can sometimes blend in, but that requires a craft, a contact, and enough time to become part of a guild that does not know or care who once owned your labour in that tiny village over there. So you live in a space that is legally specific and emotionally hazy. Serf, tenant, free peasant, it all sorts you into columns in somebody else's account book. For you, the categories feel simpler. Can you leave without disaster? Can you argue without punishment? Can you miss a rent day without losing the roof over your head? Most of the time the answer is no. So you bend without quite breaking, move within very small boundaries, and make your peace with the fact that your main status in life is this: important enough to be counted, but not important enough to be heard. Let's talk tools, because your entire life is manual labour plus slightly sharper objects. You have wooden ploughs with iron tips if you're lucky, big clumsy things pulled by oxen who resent you deeply, sickles and scythes for cutting grain, heavy hoes for breaking the soil, and your own two hands for everything else. No tractors, no power tools, no ergonomic anything. The technology is clever for its time, but ruthless on your body. Every tool is heavy, every job repetitive, and everything takes 10 times longer than your modern brain thinks it should. You spend your days in a living workout montage, except there is no inspirational soundtrack, just the sound of creaking leather, grunting neighbours, and you quietly questioning all your life choices. Take the plough. It looks simple, but using it is like wrestling a wooden dragon that keeps trying to bury its face in the dirt. You guide the blade, coax the oxen, and try to keep the furrow straight while your feet slide in mud that is personally offended by your presence. The oxen pull, you push. The plough chatters against hidden stones, and your shoulders feel every inch of it. By midday your hands are buzzing from the vibration, and your back is writing complaints to your future spine. Then there are the hand tools. The hoe feels sturdy when you pick it up. After 4 hours it feels like it weighs as much as the church bell. You hack at weeds that refuse to admit defeat, breaking clods of earth that seem to have formed a union against you. The sickle and scythe are just as intense in their own way. One wrong move and the grain is not the only thing that gets cut. So you work in a rhythm, swing, step, pull, repeat, all while your grip slowly turns to fire. Repair is constant. Metal is expensive, so you do not simply replace a tool that cracks or bends. You take it to the village smith, who hammers it back into something almost straight, while you mentally calculate how many extra hours of work it will take to pay for this repair. Wooden handles splinter and loosen, so in the evenings you sit by the fire tightening bindings, shaving rough spots, and telling yourself that next year these tools will surely feel lighter. They will not, and if a tool goes missing, that is a small disaster. You cannot buy another on the way home. Every axe, every hoe or spade represents weeks of saving, a favour you now owe, or a promise to work extra days for someone else. There are no gadgets to save time, just tricks and experience. You learn the exact way to angle a spade so it cuts deeper, how to carry a load so it ruins your spine slightly slower, how to stack sheaves so they do not topple and break your spirit. The closest thing to a labour-saving device is another human being. Children, relatives, neighbours, all become part of the machine that is survival. From a modern point of view, it looks exhausting and inefficient. From where you stand, it is simply the way things are done. Wood, iron, muscle, and time. The tools are crude but precious. You hang them when the day is over, hands aching, palms blistered, knowing that tomorrow you will pick them up again. Not because you enjoy the full body misery workout, but because these stubborn, simple objects are the only bridge between raw earth and anything you can actually eat. Most of your year revolves around the fields, ploughing, sowing, weeding, reaping, hauling, then doing it again until time loses meaning and your hands start to look like they have been carved from oak. You are out from sunrise to sunset, under a sky that is either too wet or too dry, because the weather is never just fine. Harvest time is the worst and best of it, frantic and crucial. Get it in before the rain, before anything goes wrong, because disaster's always lurking. You come home streaked with dirt, sunburnt in oddly specific patterns, clothes stiff with sweat, and your main thought is if you see another stalk of grain, you might scream. The day starts early while mist hugs the ground. You walk out to the fields with tools over your shoulder, boots sinking in damp earth, eyes scanning the sky. At first, the work almost feels manageable. The air is cool and your muscles are not yet protesting. Then the sun climbs, the soil dries, and the day settles into its real shape. Ploughing and sowing set the tone for the year. If they go badly, everything that follows is a slow problem. You watch seeds fall into the furrows and cover them with a care that would look like tenderness if your back were not screaming. The oxen drag the plough you trudge behind, and every straight line feels like a small victory. Under that thin cover of soil is your future, plus insects making dinner plans. Weeding is where time dissolves. Hour after hour of bending, pulling, and tossing plants that seem to grow faster the more you glare at them. Your fingers stain green, your knees sink into the earth, and your lower back pulses in a rhythm that says, "This is your life now." Each handful of weeds means more strength for the grain, but mostly it feels like arguing with nature and losing politely. When harvest arrives, the pace snaps from steady grind to controlled panic. The grain is ripe, which means it is vulnerable. One badly timed storm and months of work melt away. You move through the fields with sickle or scythe, arms aching as you cut, bundle, and stack in a rhythm that blurs thought into one long "do not drop this." Dust and chaff scratch your eyes, and sweat glues your shirt to your skin. The work does not stop when the grain leaves the field. You haul it home in armfuls and cartloads, each bundle pressing splinters and straw into your palms. The stubble left behind pricks your ankles and fills your shoes. Your hands are a map of blisters, some fresh, some reopened, all stinging every time you grip another sheaf. Sometimes the whole village moves together in one long line, shoulders touching as you crawl across the landscape. You pass jokes, gossip, and small complaints back and forth, because if you do not talk, you will start thinking about how long the row ahead of you really is. At night you drop onto your straw bed with the harvest flickering in your vision. Close your eyes and you can feel the weight of the sickle, see the rows of stacked sheaves, hear the rustle of grain every time you shift. There is satisfaction in knowing the crop is in, or almost in, but it is a nervous kind of satisfaction. One harsh winter or one greedy lord and all this sweat can vanish. So you sleep sunburnt, hoping tomorrow the fields will be kind and fully expecting that they will not. In medieval poverty, the weather is not just small talk, it is your entire risk management strategy. You do not casually say, "Hope it does not rain this weekend." You look at the sky with the intensity of a stock trader watching a market crash. Too much rain, rot, too little, famine, a late frost, chaos. Your mental calendar is basically sowing, praying, checking clouds, worrying, rechecking clouds. You know the feel of each wind, what it might mean, the way the soil smells before a storm. Every strange sunset makes you nervous. When it finally does rain at the right time, you feel relief so deep it should count as a religious experience. The weather app in your time is just your face squinting at the horizon and hoping. You learn the seasons the hard way, not as pretty names on a calendar, but as a series of deadlines with teeth. Spring is mud, sore hands, and the fear that a cold night might undo weeks of planting. Summer is a slow bake in the fields while you search the sky for any sign of clouds that are friendly, not catastrophic. You read the world with your skin. A certain sharpness in the wind says rain by tomorrow. A heavy, still heat hints at storms you would rather not meet. Clouds with dark undersides make your stomach drop. You sniff the air and the soil like a human weather vane, because you do not have charts, only memory and a crowd of anxious neighbours who also stare upwards a lot. Stories about old disasters live in every household. The year the frost came back after everyone thought the crops were safe. The summer when it rained so long that grain sprouted in the ear and rotted where it stood. The time hail knocked down half the harvest in one noisy afternoon. Those memories sit behind every passing cloud. Praying for good weather is not a polite gesture. It is a full contact sport. The whole village shuffles to church or to a field cross to ask for rain, or for it to stop, or for the wind to turn. Special masses are said, processions are walked, relics are paraded, and you quietly bargain in your head. If the weather just behaves this year, you promise you will complain less, for at least a week. On good days, when rain falls gently after sowing or the sun dries a field just in time for harvest, you feel almost rich. Not because you suddenly have more, but because nature has decided for once not to kick you in the shins. You linger outside a little longer, breathing the cool air, letting your shoulders drop for the first time in weeks. Of course, the calm never lasts. A streak of hot days makes you think about wells running low. A chilly wind in late summer makes you picture withered grain. Even winter, when the fields rest under frost or snow, comes with its own weather anxiety. Too mild and pests might thrive. Too brutal, and your animals and maybe your family will not. So you keep watching the sky, year after year. You learn to celebrate good clouds, to dread strangely coloured sunsets, to feel your heart climb into your throat when thunder rolls in the wrong month. In another age, people will check forecasts on glowing screens and still complain. You, meanwhile, look at one patch of sky and quietly calculate the distance between this cloud and your next meal. Food is never a background assumption. It is the main character. You live close to the edge even in good years. You stretch grain. You water down stew. You invent 3 new ways to pretend you are full. Then there are bad years, crop failures, disease in the animals, war tramping through the fields. All of it can tilt you from hungry to we might not make it. You learn tricks, mixing cheaper grains into bread, gathering wild plants that taste like sadness, pretending weak ale is a meal. You constantly count what is left in the chest, in the barn, in the field, in your head. Hunger is a physical ache, but also a mental pressure, a low background alarm that never quite turns off. In a normal year, your stomach grumbles, but life more or less works. You dilute things. Stew gets more water and fewer solid objects. Bread gets more bran and less actual flour. You scrape pots very clean. You do not throw away so much as a crumb unless you want your entire ancestry to rise from the grave and judge you. Then something goes wrong. Too much rain turns grain into mush on the stalk. Drought leaves fields looking like combed straw. Animal sickness moves through the village, and suddenly the cow that was going to be milk for the winter is just a sad story you tell over thin soup. You can feel the mood shift. Jokes get brittle. People watch each other's storage habits a little more closely. You start playing the game of how far can we stretch this? Peas, beans, lentils, anything that swells in water becomes a staple. You bulk out bread with whatever you can grind, cheaper grains, crushed seeds, sometimes things that would never be invited to dinner in a good year. You go into the woods and hedgerows, looking for edible leaves, nuts, bitter roots, anything that will not actively kill you if you boil it twice. The taste is less important than the fact that it fills space. Hunger changes how you think. You find yourself planning meals while you're in the fields, counting sacks in your head, going over who owes you a favour, who might still have a little extra. You watch the level in the grain chest sink like a slow-moving disaster. Every time you open the lid, your pulse jumps. Community helps, but only up to a point. People share when they can, trading a little grain for labour, or a scrap of meat for help with firewood. The church might hand out alms. The Lord might open his granary for a carefully measured charitable moment. But you know that if the bad season drags on, even generous people start locking doors a bit earlier. You learn small mental tricks to stay calm. You convince yourself that watered ale is basically soup if you sip it slowly enough. You chew crusts for a long time so your jaw has something to do while your stomach waits for news. You go to sleep early to skip an hour of being awake and hungry. You tell stories about worse years that people somehow survived, as if borrowing their stubbornness will help. Famine is rarely a single dramatic moment. It is a slide. Meals shrink, then skip. People look thinner, then older. Work gets harder because you have less fuel, but stopping is not an option. Through it all, you try not to panic, because panic wastes energy you cannot spare. You wake, you work, you swallow whatever's in the bowl, and you keep going, quietly hoping the next harvest arrives. Let's look at what you actually eat most days. The Holy Trinity is bread, porridge, and ale. Bread is dense, dark, and occasionally contains helpful extras like stones, bits of chaff, and the occasional insect protein boost. You chew carefully to protect the 3 teeth you have left. Porridge is grain plus water plus heat, sometimes upgraded with a bit of oil, fat or onions if life has briefly stopped punching you. Ale is weak. more like liquid bread than a party, and you drink it because the water might come with exciting microorganisms. Most meals are some variation of brown, mushy, and honestly fine if you do not think too hard about it. Your palate adjusts, your standards drop. One sprig of herbs and suddenly you are dining like royalty. Bread is the backbone. On a good day it is made from wheat. On a normal day it is a blend of whatever you could afford or grow. Barley, rye, oats, maybe some peas ground into the mix. The loaf comes out heavy and serious, the kind of bread that does not go stale so much as slowly turn into masonry. You slice it thick so it fills the hand and the stomach, and sometimes it doubles as a plate when you cannot be bothered to wash wooden ones. Every bite is a small adventure. If the mill was lazy about cleaning the grain, you get grit and tiny stones baked right in. That is why you chew slowly and cautiously, like you are diffusing a crust-shaped bomb. When you hit something suspiciously crunchy, you pause, reconsider your life, and keep going. The alternative is not eating, and that is not available. Porridge is your other constant companion. Morning, evening, sometimes both. It is flexible in the way your expectations are flexible. Thin on bad days, thicker on good ones, always some shade of beige. When there is a scrap of fat or a bit of vegetable to throw in, it suddenly tastes like celebration. A sliver of onion or a spoon of drippings can make you genuinely emotional. Leftovers are not really a concept because nothing is left over for long. Yesterday's porridge becomes today's fried cake if you can spare the oil. Stale bread is soaked in broth or ale until it remembers it was once edible. You do not waste food. You keep persuading it to come back in slightly different forms until it finally gives up and you move on to the next pot. Then there is ale, your everyday hydration plan. It is weak, often cloudy, sometimes a bit sour, but safer than the stream that doubles as laundromat and animal bathtub. You drink it at breakfast, midday and evening, not to get drunk, but to stay alive without adding mystery fevers to your schedule. If you feel a pleasant fuzziness, that is just a side effect. Flavour, such as it is, lives at the mercy of luck. A pinch of salt if you have managed to get some, a handful of leeks, garlic or cabbage from a garden that survived the local pig. A little sage or parsley turns a pot of simmering grain into something you can call nice, if you are feeling imaginative. So day after day you eat bread that fights back, porridge that hugs your insides, and ale that keeps the river out of your bloodstream. It is not glamorous, but it keeps your hands moving, your feet walking, and your heart beating. In your world, that is what good food means. Not excitement, not variety. Just one more day where the bowl was not empty. Meat is not a daily thing for you. It is an, if the stars align, event. Maybe you get some pork a few times a year, some bacon fat to flavour things, or a bit of salted meat if your household is doing okay. Fish might show up if you're near a river or coast, but even that can be controlled or taxed. Working around the church's fasting rules adds another level. There are days when meat is officially cancelled and you're meant to show your piety with beans and fish. You do not have the luxury of a vegan lifestyle debate. It is more we eat what we can when we are allowed and hope nobody yells at us from the pulpit. Meat is special. Bones get boiled repeatedly. Nothing goes to waste except your dreams of a second helping. When meat does appear, it is an event. A pig is slaughtered, you smell it before you see it, and half the village quietly drifts toward the scene. Maybe you get a chunk of fresh pork, more likely you end up with the bits that need imagination. Ears, feet, offal, the parts modern people pretend they never knew existed. You, on the other hand, know ways to turn organs into soup. Preserving any meat you do get is serious business. Salt is expensive and magical, turning a fresh piece of something into food you can eat weeks later. You hang strips of meat to dry, smoke them over the hearth, pack them in brine, all the while praying nobody knocks anything down or decides to sample when you're not looking. A spoiled piece is a tragedy. A barrel gone wrong, a story people repeat for years. Fish has its own complications. If you are near a river, you set nets or traps, hoping to beat everyone else to the best spots. In some places, the Lord controls fishing rights, which means even the trout are working for him. You might be allowed to keep some small fry and hand over the good ones, a system that teaches you which fish can be hidden in a muddy bucket. If you live near the coast, salted and dried fish travel inland as a sort of currency. Then there are the church rules. Whole chunks of the calendar are meat-free, not because you are health conscious, but because souls are apparently managed through menu restrictions. Fridays, Lent, vigils, saints' days. It can feel like every time you get your hands on something tasty, a sermon rises up to say, perhaps not today. Fish and pulses step in as the wholly approved proteins. You nod along while calculating if you can slip a bit of bacon into the pot. On feast days when meat is allowed and available, you eat like someone who has seen the void. Roasted, stewed, boiled, it does not matter. You gnaw bones until they shine, then put them in the pot for broth, then crack them for marrow. Fat is treasure. A scrap of lard can turn a sad pod of cabbage into something that feels luxurious. So most days you live on bread and porridge, but somewhere in the background is the memory of meat, salty pork in winter, a bit of fresh fish, a hearty stew that happened once last year. You chase those memories with every thin soup and humble bean. In the story of your stomach, meat is not the main character. It is the rare guest star that keeps you going through yet another bowl of legumes and faith. Here is the thing about being poor and medieval. Dirt is not a temporary situation. It is the operating system. Your hands are stained from work. Your nails have seen things. Your clothes are washed only when absolutely necessary, because water, labour and soap are all work. You wipe sweat away with the same sleeve you use for everything else. Your feet are often bare, so mud, manure and mystery substances are a daily experience. You're not against being clean, you just do not have running water, endless soap or spare time. Hygiene is more like spot maintenance. Rinse here, wipe there, hope for the best. Compared to your world of scented body wash and hot showers on demand, this is rustic. You start each day already a bit grimy from yesterday. Smoke from the hearth clings to your hair and skin. Your hands smell faintly of earth and animals. If there is a bucket nearby, you splash some water on your face and that counts as freshening up. There is no separate bathroom, no mirror, just a quick rinse and a rub with whatever cloth is least terrible. On feast days you might even rinse your hair, which feels dangerously indulgent. For a few hours you almost recognize yourself again. Bathing in the full body sense is an occasional project, not a habit. It means hauling buckets from a well or stream, heating them if you can spare the wood, then climbing into water that is never quite as clean as you would like. In warm weather you might wash in a river, which is refreshing if you do not think too much about what the animals did upstream. In cold weather the choice is simple: smell strong, or risk a chill that might become something worse. Soap exists, but it is not gentle. Made from animal fat and lye, it can strip your skin as efficiently as it strips grease from pots. You save it for emergencies, greasy cookware, tragic shirts, maybe your hair if it has crossed a line. Most days plain water and vigorous scrubbing will have to do. Clothing care is its own ordeal. You own very few garments, so washing them means you have nothing dry to wear while they hang on a line or hedge. Wash day is hard labour, soaking and scrubbing in cold water, beating cloth against a board or stones, then wringing it out until your arms shake. The result is fresher, not spotless, but good enough to feel slightly more human. Your mouth is another story. Toothbrushes and mint paste are distant dreams. You might rub your teeth with a chewed twig, a scrap of cloth, or simply hope that chewing tough bread helps. Between coarse food, grit, and no real dental care, teeth are not a long-term investment. Then there are the tiny roommates, lice and fleas. You fight back when you can, combing hair, changing linen, sometimes boiling clothes to kill what lives in the seams. Then you visit a neighbour, sit near a dog, share a blanket, and the whole cycle begins again. You scratch, you sigh, you move on. Everyone else is doing the same. So your standard of clean becomes relative. Cleaner than yesterday. Cleaner than the neighbour who just spent a week in the fields with the sheep. You rinse your face, wash your hands when water is there, avoid sitting in anything too suspicious, and call it good. In a world without hot taps or fluffy towels, simply not being visibly caked in mud counts as a solid hygiene win. Contrary to the myth, medieval people did sometimes bathe, just not often and not luxuriously. As a poor villager, you might wash in a river, a pond, or with water hauled in buckets and warmed over the fire, which is as fun as it sounds. A bath might mean a quick scrub of face, hands, and whatever you can reach without freezing. Soap exists, but it is harsh stuff made from animal fat and lye, less silky leather, more peeling wallpaper off your skin. Public bathhouses exist in some places and times, but they cost money and come with moral side-eye from the very pious. So yes, you rinse, you splash. But proper full-body hot baths are not a routine, they are a story people tell. The problem is not that you dislike feeling clean. The problem is logistics. Every drop of water that touches your body has probably been lifted from a well or stream by hand. If you want a warm bath, you're signing up for a small construction project. Buckets carried, wood gathered, water heated in pots that are already busy making food. By the time you have enough lukewarm water to sit in, you're almost too tired to care. Most days you settle for partial repairs. Hands and face get first priority, especially after messy work, slaughtering, tanning, anything with smells that feel like a personal attack. You might strip to the waist by the hearth and splash yourself from a basin, hoping the fire does its part to keep you from turning into an icicle. If someone opens the door at the wrong time, half the village suddenly knows what your shoulders look like. The river is the closest thing you have to a spa, and it is doing its best. In summer you wade in, clothes rolled up, scrubbing at your limbs while pretending you feel refreshed, and not just slightly slimy in a different way. Children splash and shriek, laundry flaps on the bank, animals drink a bit too close for comfort. The water is cold, sometimes a little suspicious, but it is free, and that is what matters. Bathhouses belong mostly to stories and towns. You hear about places with big tubs and steam where people sit in hot water on purpose. To you it sounds like a fairy tale with extra nudity. Maybe once, after a market day, you visit one. squeezing into a wooden tub with strangers, everyone pretending this is normal and not human soup. It feels amazing in the moment, but then you remember the price and how far it is from home. The church has opinions, of course. Too much interest in washing the body can be seen as vanity or worse. Bathhouses gather a reputation as places where sin and soap mingle too closely. So the safest path for your soul and your budget is simple. Keep the worst dirt at bay, avoid drawing attention, and leave true luxury to nobles and gossip. Every so often, though, work ends early, the air is mild, and someone suggests a proper wash. Buckets are filled, water is warmed, a tub is dragged into the centre of the room. People take turns while others politely look away, or pretend to. For a few minutes you feel almost new, like a slightly less used version of yourself. Then the fire dies down, the night chill creeps in, and you step back into the same smoky, dusty world as before. Knowing it might be a long time before the next almost bath, let's address medieval plumbing or the stunning absence of it. If you are poor in a village you do not have a bathroom, you have options. Option 1, a chamber pot shared, emptied somewhere away, hopefully not upstream of the water source. Option 2, a pit latrine, if the community or your landlord has provided one. Option 3, you go outside, find a hopefully private spot, and contribute to the rich tapestry of medieval soil nutrients. Toilet paper does not exist, so you improvise with moss, straw, leaves, or whatever looks least hostile. The smell is just part of life, like weather or taxes. You do not think this is disgusting every time. You think this is what has to happen so you can go back to work. The chamber pot is both humble tool and household menace. It usually lives in a corner or under a bed, a simple container that everyone pretends not to notice until it is full. At night, when going outside feels like an invitation to sprain an ankle or meet something with teeth, you shuffle over, do what you must, and slide it back into its hiding place. Emptying it is a task nobody loves but everybody understands. Someone, often the unlucky youngest or whoever lost the unspoken argument, carries it carefully out of the house, trying not to slosh. You aim for a ditch, a midden heap, or a spot well away from the well. In theory. In practice, convenience sometimes wins over ideal sanitation. You give the pot a quick rinse if there is spare water, then back it goes, ready to start the cycle again. If your village has a pit latrine, that is practically infrastructure. A hole dug deep, maybe lined a bit if someone was feeling fancy, with planks across the top and a shaky shelter. You balance, you squat, you pray the boards were checked sometime this year. It smells like exactly what it is, a concentrated summary of village life. But it is progress, because at least it is in one place and not everywhere. For many people, though, the general outdoors remains the default option. You walk a little way out, find a bush, a hedge, a dip in the ground, and hope no one else has had the same idea at the same time. Privacy is more a matter of distance and timing than doors and locks. In winter, this is brisk and character building. In summer, it is a game of avoiding stinging plants and annoyed insects. The lack of toilet paper is not a charming detail. You improvise. Moss if you're lucky, soft and forgiving. Leaves, if you know which ones will not make you regret being alive. Straw if you're desperate and feeling brave. Sometimes you resort to the truly medieval option, your hand, and then a very serious rinse in a bucket or stream. It is not elegant, but it works well enough. Smell is simply part of the background. The village has animals, middens, smoke, sweat, and yes, human waste layered together into something your nose eventually files under normal. You do not recoil every time. Your senses adapt because they have to. From a modern distance, this all feels unbearable. Up close, it is just another chore woven into the day. You go, you wipe with whatever nature is currently offering. You avoid contaminating the well if you can. Wash your hands when water and time allow, and then you pick up your tools and head back to the real work of surviving. When you get sick, and you will, the experience is raw. There is no germ theory, no antibiotics, no quick trip to the pharmacy. Illness is explained in terms of humours, sin, bad air, curses, or God's mysterious to-do list. Remedies include herbs, poultices, prayers, pilgrimages, and if things get really wild, minor surgery with sharp blades and no anaesthesia, performed by someone whose qualifications are steady hands and has seen this once before. You might visit a wise woman, a barber surgeon, or the local priest, depending on the problem and your level of desperation. Recovery, if it happens, feels like a miracle. Death is never abstract. You have seen it in children, in neighbours, in yourself, almost. Health is fragile. Toughness is not a personality trait, it is a survival requirement. Most sickness starts with something small, a cough, a fever that will not settle, a pain that makes every task harder. You try to ignore it, because missing work means missing food. You blame bad air or a chill, wrap another layer around your shoulders and keep going until your body simply refuses to cooperate, and you realise that lying down is no longer optional. Then come the home remedies. Someone brews bitter tea from herbs that taste like grass and disappointment. A poultice of mashed plants or onions is pressed onto whatever hurts. Warm cloths, cold cloths, bread soaked in wine, all applied with deep seriousness. You lie by the hearth, sweating and shivering, breathing smoke and prayers, hoping that something in this mixture of tradition and guesswork is actually helping, and not just giving everyone something to do while they watch you. If you do not improve, the wise woman is called. She brings stronger herbs, small charms, and a calm look that tells you more than her words. She cannot promise anything, but she can keep you drinking, keep you warm, and quietly prepare your family for either recovery or the opposite. You trust her because she has seen this story many times and still shows up. When things look truly bad, it is time for the barber surgeon. On some days he cuts hair, on others he lances boils, sets bones, and lets blood to rebalance your humours. His tools are sharp, his water only sometimes clean, and pain relief is mostly a stick to bite and thoughts of eternity. If you live, the village says he did well. If you do not, they shrug toward heaven and say it was God's will. The church is woven through all of this. You ask a priest for blessings, holy water, a recommendation for which saint handles fevers or childbirth or hopeless cases. If you can spare the time and a small offering, someone might walk to a shrine, blistered feet offered up like a second prayer. During plague years, when illness moves house to house like a rumour with teeth, there is little to do but wash when you can, avoid what you fear, and pray harder than ever. If you come through it, even once, the world feels different. Bread tastes richer, air sweeter, even when it smells of smoke and animals. You notice every small ache for weeks, waiting to see if it fades or turns into another crisis. Neighbours nod at you as if you have returned from far away, which in a sense you have. In a life where sickness is always near, simply standing up again and going back to work is not boring. It is proof you are still here. Dental care as you know it is non-existent. You eat coarse bread, hard grains, and the occasional rock fragment for texture. Your teeth wear down early and crumble on their own schedule. If a tooth really goes bad, the treatment is often pull it out and hope for the best. No numbing, no gentle music, just grit and a firm grip. Hair care is its own adventure. You might comb it with a wooden comb, occasionally wash it, maybe cover it with a cap or hood. Lice are almost guaranteed. Everyone has them. It is more about managing than eliminating. You trim hair with knives or shears. The beauty standards are different. Less about shine and volume. More about is it reasonably under control and not actively on fire. Most dental problems start quietly. A bit of sensitivity. A tooth that complains when you bite the hard end of the bread. You ignore it, because what are you going to do? Book an appointment that does not exist. Over time the ache grows, turning every meal into a negotiation between hunger and pain. You chew on the other side, you cut food smaller. You develop a very personal relationship with soft things and soup. When it becomes unbearable, someone is called in to help. Maybe it is the barber, maybe a neighbour with strong hands and a set of iron tools. You sit on a stool, brace yourself, and try not to think about the fact that this person also sharpens knives on the side. There is no numbing. Sometimes there is a drink first, a generous helping of ale to blur the edges. Then it is all pressure, tearing, bright pain, and noises you did not know you could make. If the tooth comes out cleanly, everyone is pleased. If the root breaks, things get creative. More pulling, more praying, and a real chance of infection. Afterward you rinse with whatever passes for antiseptic in your world. Maybe wine, maybe salty water, maybe nothing at all. If you survive the week, your reward is chewing slightly less badly than before. Hair lives in the same world of effort and compromise. You grow it because it grows, then try to keep it from becoming a wildlife reserve. Combs catch on tangles, drag out loose hair, and reveal entire families of lice who have been treating your scalp as prime property. You crush them between fingernails or in the teeth of the comb with grim satisfaction. It is less self-care and more pest control. Washing your hair is a project, extra water, extra time, and the risk of damp hair in cold air, which everyone insists will invite sickness. So you do it sometimes, maybe before a feast day or a trip to town. Soap, if you use it, leaves your hair feeling cleaner but also a bit like exhausted straw. Caps and hoods are not fashion statements. They are shields against dirt, weather, and judgmental glances. Haircuts happen with whatever tool is sharp and free. You sit on a stool, someone stands behind you with shears or a knife, and you trust their aim. There is no mirror, so you judge the result by other people's faces. If they do not laugh, you call it good. Despite everything, people still care how they look, just within brutal limits. You smooth your hair before church, try to keep your beard from turning into a bird habitat, and quietly count how many teeth you have left. In a life built from mud, smoke, and survival, presentable simply means you look like a person who is still functioning and not currently cursed. Religion shapes your entire worldview. The church is not just a Sunday activity, it is the main institution organizing time, morals, and your prospects in the next life. You go to Mass, you hear sermons, you absorb a steady stream of reminders that you are small, sinful, and extremely lucky God tolerates you at all. Life is hard, but it is also presented as a test, a road to eventual glory if you behave and do not annoy too many saints. You mark your year by feast days, fast days, saints' days, and holy days. You worry about purgatory, hell, and whether that thing you did last week counts as a mortal sin. Spiritual anxiety is free and comes standard. At least the rituals, bells, incense, and familiar prayers are comforting, a rhythm of meaning in a world that is often brutal and confusing. The church building dominates the village. It is the biggest and usually the only stone structure you see regularly, its tower watching over you like a stony parent. Bells tell you when to gather, when to pray, when someone has died. Time is not minutes and seconds, it is before Mass, after Vespers, sometime between the morning bell and the Angelus. Your life is measured in sounds, seasons, and services. Inside, the air changes. The floor is cold under your feet. Candles flicker. Incense curls up toward dark beams. You do not understand most of the Latin, but you know the flow. Stand, kneel, answer the familiar phrases. Try not to think about your empty stomach or numb legs. The priest talks about heaven, hell, virtue, sin. Even if the details drift past you, the message is clear enough. God is watching, the saints are listening, and you should really try to behave. Guilt is part of the package. You're told that God sees everything, which feels a little intense when you're just trying to sneak an extra crust of bread. You replay sharp words, lazy moments, skipped holy days, and wonder which ones need confession. Purgatory sits in the back of your mind like an extremely strict waiting room. You hope to avoid hell entirely, and, failing that, at least shorten your time in spiritual detention. Confession is equal parts fear and relief. You kneel, list your failings to the priest who already knows most of your business, and wait to hear the sentence. Extra prayers, small acts of charity, maybe a pilgrimage if things were serious. When he says you are forgiven, you walk out lighter, grateful, and already half worried about the next time you will mess up. Saints help soften the system. You talk to them like distant but powerful relatives, asking for help with the harvest, with illness, with storms that threaten the crops. Relics and shrines feel like shortcuts to being heard. For all the fear and guilt, religion is also comfort. Feast days give you a break from work, a little extra food, processions with banners and songs where the whole village moves together for once. You look up at painted saints on the church wall and feel, for a moment, that someone is on your side. In a life ruled by weather, lords, and chance, God and guilt and the steady toll of bells create a kind of structure, a cosmic calendar that lets you believe all this effort and pain might add up to more than just another harvest. For all the gloom, there are bright spots, feast days and festivals. The church calendar sprinkles your year with days when work pauses, or at least slows, and everyone pretends for a little while that life is not a relentless grind. You might get better food, music, dancing, games, and a chance to see people from nearby villages. Ale flows more freely. Someone inevitably does something embarrassing near the churchyard. These are the days you remember in winter, the warmth, the noise, the brief sense that you're not just surviving, you are living. Of course the Lord and the Church still collect their dues, but for a moment you're busy trying to climb a greasy pole instead of wondering how much grain you have left. Preparation starts days before. Word spreads that a feast is coming and suddenly chores are done with slightly more energy. You mend your best tunic, scrape mud off your shoes, splash icy water on your face, and try to convince your hair to behave. You will not look grand by noble standards, but by village standards you are practically polished. Even the house gets a bit of extra sweeping, as if dust might take the hint. On the morning itself, the village feels different. People are up early, not for the fields, but for church. Bells ring longer, echoing over roofs and pasture. Near the church, tables appear with bread, cheese, maybe dried fruit, and a barrel of ale whose quality no one wants to inspect too closely. Traders from nearby might show up with small luxuries, bright cloth, a little honey, a trinket you absolutely do not need but briefly covet anyway. Mass comes first. You stand shoulder to shoulder with your neighbours, all a little cleaner than usual, trying to focus on the sacred while your mind drifts toward the smells from outside. The priest warns against drunkenness and foolishness, then blesses the feast. You quietly accept this as a very convenient contradiction. Once the service ends, the village exhales. Pots of stew are uncovered, bread is sliced. Sometimes there is even meat in amounts you can see without squinting. Children tear around like loose chickens. Musicians strike up with pipes and drums, not always in tune but always loud enough to feel festive. People clap along badly but enthusiastically, which is almost as good. Games follow, noisy and simple, foot races over bumpy ground, wrestling that ends in grass stains, tug-of-war with a predictable muddy finale. The greasy pole is the star, a tall log slicked with fat and humiliation, a small prize waiting at the top. You watch people climb, slip, cling and slide while the crowd howls with laughter and offers advice that helps no one. For a few hours the usual weight lifts. The Lord might appear, toss a few coins or loaves, and collect some cautious cheers. Young people get away with a little flirting during dances, shy looks over shared cups of ale. Older villagers compare aches, gossip about who has grown, who has changed, who definitely drank too much too fast. Even the arguments are small, more about who cheated at a game than who owes what. When night comes and the fires burn low, your legs ache, your voice is hoarse, and your head is pleasantly foggy. Tomorrow you will go back to mud, rents, and weather anxiety. But when winter feels endless and every day looks the same, you will remember this one, the music, the crowd, the taste of stew that actually had flavour, and the rare feeling that life was, for a whole day, something more than worry. On certain days, the village or a nearby town hosts a market or fair, and suddenly your world gets bigger. Traders arrive with goods from other regions, salt, cloth, tools, spices you will never afford but love to smell. You bring what you can to sell or barter. Eggs, cheese, small crafts, maybe surplus grain if you have any. The noise is overwhelming. Shouting, animals, haggling, church bells, children underfoot. You learn very quickly who cheats on weights, who waters the ale, and who actually has decent wares. Prices feel outrageous, but sometimes you pay anyway, because when else will you see a decent knife or a bright bit of cloth? The fair is also where news travels. Rumours of war, disease, royal decrees, and gossip, all for the price of showing up. Even getting there can feel like an event. If the market is in your own village, you are lucky. If not, you set out at dawn, cart creaking, basket on your arm, following a track of mud, ruts, and the occasional deeply unhelpful rock. You walk and worry about the weather, the road, and whether your eggs will arrive in better shape than your feet. Arriving is like stepping into controlled chaos. Stalls crowd the square, tents flap, animals complain about everything. Every direction smells like something different. Frying food, sour ale, wet wool. animals that did not bathe for the occasion, and under it all the sharp bite of salt and spices that feel impossibly exotic. Your nose is confused but entertained. The market is a school where the main lesson is do not be a fool. You watch hands near scales. You peek at the bottom of a grain sack to see if it matches the top. You smell ale before you commit, just in case it tastes more like pond water than beer. Everyone is technically a neighbour, and also very interested in getting the better side of any deal. Haggling is a performance. The seller names a price that suggests they dine with kings. You answer with an offer that suggests you live in a ditch. You both sigh about the state of the world and slowly walk the number towards something reality will tolerate. Around you there is a constant roar of laughter, arguments, babies crying, and someone loudly claiming their cloth is from very far away, and definitely not dyed in the river behind the mill. If you manage to sell your own goods, you feel rich for about 3 minutes. A few coins clink in your hand, and suddenly everything looks tempting. A sharper knife, a sturdier pot, a scrap of bright cloth that would make your tunic look almost exciting. You know you should save some for rent, grain, and the next disaster. You also know you have stared at the same 3 objects in your house for months. Sometimes the cloth wins. News drifts through the crowd along with smells. Someone mentions disease in a distant town. Someone else talks about new taxes or war, or a lord who angered a bishop. You pretend to study onions while listening to stories about places you will never see that can still ruin your year. By late afternoon your legs ache and your head buzzes with noise and information. You head home with a few precious purchases, a little less grain, and just enough coins left to feel nervous but not doomed. Tomorrow you go back to your usual strip of mud and routine. But for one day you stood in the middle of a larger world and did your best not to be completely robbed by it. You live under laws that you did not write, enforced in ways that range from mildly annoying to genuinely terrifying. Minor problems, drunken fights, petty theft, property disputes are handled in the manor court or by village elders. Punishments are often fines because nothing motivates like money you do not have. For more serious offences there are stocks, pillories, public shaming, and in the worst cases mutilation or death. Justice is not blind, it sees status very clearly. Your lord and his officials usually come out ahead. You learn to step carefully around authority, avoid public trouble, and settle some arguments quietly before anyone decides to make it official. The manor court feels like a very small, very real legal drama. You and your neighbours gather while the steward or lord listens to complaints, whose cow broke whose fence, who took wood from the wrong stretch of forest, who skipped the labour they owed. Witnesses mumble, accusers point, and someone in the back is already regretting everything they bragged about at the ale bench last night. The process is simple but not exactly fair. People with status speak first and longest. The rest of you do your best to sound respectful and not terrified. Oaths matter. Swearing something on your soul is serious, but everyone knows truth gets flexible when rent is due and tempers are short. In the end, the decision is a mix of custom, convenience, and whatever keeps the peace without bothering anyone important. Fines are the favourite outcome. You broke a rule, so you owe money. You did not have much before, and now you have even less. Sometimes the fine is a few coins or a chicken. Sometimes it feels enormous, like someone kicked a hole straight through your safety net. The lesson is clear. Misbehave and you pay. Obey and you pay a little less. If the offence was public, the punishment is public. Stocks and pillories are the original comment section. You are locked into a wooden frame in the centre of the village while people stare, point, laugh, and sometimes throw things that range from wilted vegetables to less charming materials. Children get a vivid lesson in what not to do. You get a stiff neck, a bruised ego, and a guaranteed place in local gossip for the next decade. Serious crimes bring sharper consequences. Steal something valuable, repeat the same offence, or anger the wrong person, and you may face whipping, branding, loss of a hand or ear, or simply being removed from the problem in the most permanent way. Punishments are public on purpose. Everyone watches, shudders, and files the scene under absolutely never doing that. You also live with a tangle of rules that exist mainly to remind you where you stand. Who may hunt in the forest? Where you can gather wood? Which mill you must use? How many days of labour you owe? Break those, and you are not a brave rebel. You're an inconvenient tenant who forgot who actually owns the land. So you move through your days with an internal map of danger lines. What you can say, where you can go, which rules you can bend and which ones will snap back. You may not know the wording of the law, but you know the feeling of it, like a hand hovering near your shoulder, close enough that you keep your head down and your life, if not spotless, at least not interesting to the people who decide punishments. Even if you're just trying to live your little peasant life, politics and war have a way of crashing the party. Armies need food, horses, and sometimes your body. Soldiers passing through might requisition supplies, which feels a lot like theft with paperwork. Sometimes there are raids, neighbouring lords fighting, foreign invaders, or bandits who have listened to too many songs about easy loot. You watch the horizon, listen to rumours, and hope trouble never finds your field. Most days, war is just a rumour with dirty boots. Someone at the market says their cousin saw soldiers on the road. A trader mutters about battles far away. The priest slips an extra prayer for peace into Mass, which is never comforting. You tell yourself it is all somewhere else, then quietly check how much grain is in the chest and how fast you could hide it. You know when it is closer. Strangers on the road who walk like they fear nothing, smoke where no one should be burning brush, messengers riding harder than anyone rides for good news. The Lord looks tense. His men sharpen weapons where everyone can see, and conversations in the village stop when someone new walks by. Work continues because it must, but your eyes keep drifting to the edge of the fields. When soldiers arrive, they do not stroll in. They appear in a clatter of hooves, metal, and shouting. Colours you do not recognise, weapons you recognise too well. They claim to serve some lord or king or holy cause. But what you see is a line of hungry people with swords. Officially, they requisition supplies. In reality, they point at your best animals, your grain, your tools, sometimes your cart, and those things instantly become theirs. Maybe they promise payment later. You nod because arguing with armed men is a hobby for people who enjoy very short lives. If you live near a border, raids are part of the background weather. Men ride in fast, grab what they can, vanish again. A few animals gone, a barn torched, someone hurt in the confusion. You repair what you can, bury what you must, and keep going, because there is no pause button for peasants. In full campaigns the damage is worse. Horses churn fields into mud. Crops are cut down not to feed anyone, but simply so nobody else can eat them. Houses that took years of patching and saving can disappear in a single night of fire. You might flee to the woods with your family and a bundle of food. listening to distant shouting and cracking beams while you press yourself into the dark and hope no one searches too carefully. Sometimes war wants bodies as well as bread. Your lord may owe soldiers to his own lord, which means he looks over his tenants and starts counting. Maybe you march off as part of a levy with a rough spear and a head full of confused prayers. Maybe you stay, but your brother or neighbour does not. Either way, conflict reaches into your village and takes pieces of it. After the armies pass, you pick through what remains: blackened beams, broken fences, empty pens. You count what is left, what can be saved, and what is simply gone. War in stories is banners and glory. War in your life is missing tools, ruined harvests, and fewer faces around the fire. So you keep watching the horizon with suspicious eyes, knowing you cannot stop kings from arguing. Only hope that next time their anger stays something you hear about at the market, not from your own front field. If you are a child in this world, you do not have a carefree childhood of cartoons and extracurriculars. You are a small worker in training. From very young, you help, carrying water, watching geese, gathering wood, weeding, minding younger siblings. Play exists, of course. Kids play everywhere, but it slides into the cracks between responsibilities. Toys are simple or improvised. School is rare in rural poverty. Maybe you learn a few prayers and basic church Latin sounds, maybe not. You grow up fast. Concepts like tween do not exist. By your early teens, you are doing adult-level work with adult-level consequences. You do not think of it as unfair. It is just what everyone does, as far as you have ever seen. Your day starts when the adults start, painfully early. If you are small, someone gives you the least breakable tasks: picking stones from the field, shooing chickens from the doorway, keeping the fire alive. If you are bigger, you join the real work, leading the cow, scattering seed, hauling buckets almost as big as you are. Nobody asks if you feel ready. If your hands can grip the handle, you are ready. Play happens, but it is wrapped around chores like ivy on a wall. You race other children to the well, but you still bring back water. You invent stories while watching geese, but you still count them and panic if one goes missing. A stick is a sword until someone needs it to poke the fire. Fun is not scheduled. It is whatever silliness you can smuggle into the job in front of you. Your toys are whatever survives the day. A rag stuffed into a rough doll, a carved bit of wood, a hoop, a game scratched in the dirt. No painted sets, no instructions. If you want entertainment, you improvise. Stones become animals. Mud becomes a village. Brothers and sisters rotate between best friends and bitter rivals in the space of a few minutes until someone calls you back to work. Proper school is unusual. If your village has a patient priest, you might learn a few letters or memorize prayers by repetition. You can chant holy words long before you could ever write your name. Real education is practical. How to milk, how to harvest, how to cook without setting the house on fire, how to mend, how to read the sky, and how to read the moods of adults. You are less a student and more an apprentice to staying alive. Responsibility arrives early and does not wait for your emotional readiness. A dropped bucket means wasted water. An open gate means a missing pig. An unwatched toddler can mean disaster. When you get something wrong, the results are immediate. You might be scolded, smacked, or silently handed the mess to clean up. You learn quickly, not because anyone talks about building character, but because reality hands out very sharp corrections. By your early teens, you're in the fields all day, lifting, cutting, dragging, your body already collecting complaints it will carry into old age, if you reach it. Adults still call you a child when they want you to obey, but when work is assigned, you are just another necessary pair of hands. Childhood, in the modern sense, never moves in. You go from small and useful to larger and useful, squeezing a little play into the edges of the day, until the next chore calls and you pick up the bucket again. If you are a poor medieval woman, your to-do list is the length of the Bible and twice as repetitive. You cook over an open fire, bake when there is grain, spin wool or flax, weave, sew, mend, fetch water, wash clothes in rivers or tubs, tend the garden, care for children, care for elders, help in the fields, feed animals, preserve food, make ale, and somehow still get judged for not looking neat. Your labour is constant and often invisible in official records, but without you, the household collapses in about 48 hours. Your body bears the marks of pregnancies, hard work, and limited medical care. You might manage money, negotiate at markets, and handle half the practical business of surviving, all while being legally under someone else's authority. Your day starts before the light does. You coax last night's coals back into flame, sweep ash, and get something bubbling in a pot while everyone else is still deciding whether to wake up. Breakfast is not a moment. It is soaking grain, stirring, watching it, and defending it from children who see nothing wrong with eating 3 meals worth at once. Water alone could be a full-time job. The well or stream is a walk away, so every bucket is a small workout. You haul water to cook, wash, brew, and scrub whatever disaster the household has produced today. On wash days you stand over cold water, scrubbing and wringing until your arms feel like wet rope, then hang everything where smoke and wind can bully it dry. Most of the clothes on anyone you know pass through your hands. You spin wool or flax into thread while walking, talking, or watching children. When there is enough, you weave. When there is cloth, you cut and sew. When everyone wears it, you mend again and again. A torn sleeve is not a reason to buy new. It is another line on your already crowded list. Food follows you from seed to storage. You weed the garden, harvest vegetables, pick herbs, glean leftover grain, and know which wild plants are food and which are regret. You salt, dry, or smoke whatever might spoil. When people talk proudly about the harvest, you quietly calculate how many weeks of grinding, stirring, and stretching stand between today and spring. Care work never stops. You rock babies, wipe noses, sit with the sick, help neighbours in childbirth, and keep small humans from falling into fires or under hooves. When someone in the house is ill, you become nurse, cleaner, and comfort without getting a break from the rest of your jobs. On top of that, you are often the household manager. You remember what is owed in rent, how full the grain chest is, who might trade eggs for salt, which stall at the market cheats less. You walk there with a basket and your best serious face, haggling with people who underestimate you while knowing you cannot afford a single mistake. From outside, it looks like you are simply at home. From inside, home is the workshop, the kitchen, the laundry, the nursery, the sick room, and the side office of the local economy. You do not get days off, only days when one crisis briefly outruns the others. And still, somehow, the fire stays lit, the food appears, the clothes stay on bodies, and life continues, glued together by work everyone assumes is just how the world naturally runs. When the sun finally goes down, your day does not so much end as change speed. There is no electric light, Just fire and maybe a rushlight or small lamp if you can spare the fuel. The family gathers around what passes for warmth, sharing a final meal or leftover scraps. Someone tells stories, saints' lives, local legends, tall tales about the old days when things were allegedly better. The room is crowded, noisy, and smoky. People cough, babies fuss, someone snores in the corner before they even fully lie down. Outside it is dark in a way that modern city dwellers never see. You hear dogs, owls, the wind, and occasionally something you hope is just the wind. Eventually you nestle into the straw again, sharing body heat, hoping the roof does not leak tonight. Evening is when all the unfinished tasks of the day show up like a to-do list with soot on it. Grain gets ground, mending appears in laps, tools are checked and wiped, tomorrow's food is soaked or prepared. The fire becomes your main appliance, cooking, heating, lighting, smoking everything you own, including your lungs. Your eyes sting, your clothes smell like you have been living inside a chimney, and in a way, you have. This is also prime gossip hour. News from neighbouring villages gets passed along, sometimes accurate, sometimes upgraded for dramatic effect. Someone heard about a miracle in a distant town. Someone else heard about a new tax, which is considerably less miraculous. You trade rumours about weather, lords, saints, and who looked at whom for slightly too long at the last feast day. Stories smooth the edges of the day. You hear tales of brave knights, clever peasants, stubborn saints who refused to give up. Some are cautionary, some are hopeful, some are obviously exaggerated, but it does not matter. The rhythm of a familiar voice in the half-dark, mixed with the crackle of fire and the occasional goat noise, settles your mind in a way no sleep app ever will. The darkness outside feels huge and close at the same time. There are no streetlights, no distant traffic hum. The world beyond your door is a deep black full of animals, spirits, thieves, and your own imagination. You listen to the wind scraping across the roof and tell yourself that every creak is just wood and weather, and absolutely not anything with teeth. Gradually the room shifts from talk to breathing. One person nods off mid-sentence. Someone rearranges themselves and the entire straw mattress shifts in response. You find your spot among relatives, limbs, and the occasional chicken that decided indoors is safer than outdoors. Privacy does not really exist. What you have instead is shared warmth, and the faint comfort of knowing that if anything happens in the night, at least you will all be equally startled. The fire sinks to embers. Shadows soften. Your last thoughts drift between tomorrow's work, the story you just heard, and the tiny hope that tonight the smoke will stay mostly in the rafters and the lice will be too tired to do much. Then your body, which has been complaining all day, finally overrules your mind, and you slip into sleep to the chorus of snores, rustles, and the quiet breathing of everyone who survived another day in this small smoky box called home. Medieval winter as a poor person is not cozy season. It is try not to die season. The days are short, the cold is constant, and your house is not insulated. The fire struggles, smoke searches for new ways to choke you, and every trip outside for wood or water feels like a polar expedition in inadequate shoes. Food stores shrink visibly. You count sacks of grain, barrels, salted meat, dried beans, hoping you did the math right months ago. Illness thrives in cramped cold spaces. Work slows in the fields but never stops. There is always something to fix, mend or chop. The rare moments of genuine winter beauty, Snow on the fields, clear starlit nights are appreciated mostly from the angle of this would be lovely if your toes still had feeling. Inside the hovel, winter is a long battle between cold and smoke. You feed the fire with whatever you can. Brushwood, chopped branches, that one stool you never liked anyway. The flames never quite warm the corners. One side of you roasts, the other side of you feels like a forgotten turnip in a cellar. You sleep closer together, not out of affection, but because shared body heat is the original heating system. Clothing becomes a layered situation. You wear every garment you own at once. Linen shirt, wool tunic, maybe another if you have it, old cloak that smells like every winter you have ever survived. Nothing is waterproof. Once your feet get wet, they stay wet until spring, and your socks, if you have them, freeze into interesting experimental shapes. Food turns into a slow-moving math problem. Each time you open the chest or jar, you're making future you a little more nervous. You water down soups, cut bread thinner, scrape every last bit of fat from bones. Fresh vegetables are a memory. Anything green in your bowl now is either dried herbs or a hallucination. You start rating meals by how far they keep the hollow feeling in your stomach away, not by taste. Illness moves through the village like an uninvited guest who lies on every bed. Colds, fevers, coughs that will not leave. The air is damp, the floor is damp, every surface is a committee of germs you have never heard of. You keep the sick by the fire, brew whatever herbs you have left, pray a little harder. There is no sick season in your calendar, just weeks when fewer people can stand up. Outside, the world is both beautiful and hostile. Snow softens the fields, makes everything look clean, which is a fun visual joke because underneath is the same mud, manure and broken tools. Paths disappear. A simple trip to the well turns into a comedy of slipping, sliding and hoping you do not fall while carrying 20 kilos of water. The silence after a snowfall is lovely, right up until you remember you still have to haul firewood through it. Work does change, but it never stops. You repair tools, patch roofs, twist rope, mend harnesses, spin and weave by dim light, while your breath fogs the air. Animals still need feeding, stalls still need mucking, wood still needs chopping. Winter is not a holiday. It is just a different kind of busy, with more shivering. On the rare clear night, you step outside for a moment. Look up at a sky so sharp and bright it feels like it could cut you. For a second, winter almost feels peaceful. Then your fingers go numb through your mitts, and you hurry back inside to smoke, snoring, and the small, stubborn warmth of people trying very hard not to freeze before spring remembers you exist. Animals are not just background scenery. They are your co-workers, assets, and sometimes emergency savings accounts. A cow means milk, cheese, manure for fertilizer, and serious status. Pigs turn scraps into meat. Chickens give eggs and noise. Goats do a bit of everything while plotting mischief. Losing an animal to disease or theft is a financial disaster. You care for them daily, feeding, watering, cleaning, herding. In many poor households, animals share indoor space at night, adding heat and smells and the occasional hoof in your face. You love them in a practical way. This is not a pleasant little story farm, but you know them individually, their quirks and moods. Someday, some of them will be food, and you will stand there salting the meat of an animal you raised, wondering if life could be less complicated. Your morning often starts with animals before you even deal with people. You check the cow, hoping her milk has not dropped because she is stressed or ill. You listen for that one chicken who always manages to roost where she should not. You throw feed, break ice on water troughs in winter, and negotiate with a pig who is convinced every bucket should be his bucket. None of this is optional. Animals do not care that you are tired, sad, or spiritually done. They want breakfast. The cow is the quiet centre of your economic universe. A good milk cow can be the difference between surviving a bad harvest and real disaster. You learn her moods the way modern people learn phone notifications. This swish of the tail means happy. That particular look means move before you get kicked. You talk to her while you milk. Half habit, half superstition, as if a few kind words might keep her healthy for another year. Chickens are chaos with feathers. They wander into doorways, scratch up gardens, and lay eggs in precisely the least convenient places. You swear you saw one sprint past carrying something that used to be part of your dinner. Still, an egg is a small miracle, a warm promise in your hand that today will be slightly less hungry. You forgive a lot of nonsense in exchange for that. Pigs are different. Pigs are long-term projects. You feed them scraps and leftovers, watch them grow, and try very hard not to get attached because you know how this story ends. The day of slaughter is heavy and practical at the same time. You're sad, but you're also thinking about hams, fat, sausage, lard for cooking, soap if you can spare it. Emotion and survival sit side by side at the butchering table, and neither gets to win completely. Goats are the agents of chaos. They climb what should not be climbed, taste what should not be tasted, and escape from places you were sure were secure. They give milk, sometimes meat, and many opportunities to practice patience. You learn to tie knots better, to shut gates properly, and to never underestimate an animal who can untie things with its teeth. At night, when the animals come inside or press close to the walls of the house, you live in an orchestra of breathing, snorting, shuffling bodies. It is warmer, louder, smellier. Somewhere between the cow shifting her weight, the hens fussing on their roost, and the pig dreaming whatever pigs dream, you feel a strange sort of comfort. This is your wealth, your work, and your future, all crowded together under a roof that only mostly leaks. With no privacy, neighbours are both your support network and your personal surveillance system. Everyone knows who argued, who drank too much, whose pig escaped, who is behind on rent, who did not show up to mass. Gossip is news, entertainment, and social control, all in one. If you behave badly, people talk. If people talk enough, authorities may eventually get involved. You rely on neighbours in emergencies, fire, illness, sudden tragedy. You share tools, labour, and information. You also occasionally dream about a hut several miles away, where nobody knows exactly how much grain you harvested. Reputation matters. In a small village, you do not get to reinvent yourself. You get to be that person who did that thing once, probably for the rest of your life. Your walls are thin, your windows are basically holes, and sound travels like it has a job. What you say by the hearth tonight will be lightly edited and performed at the well tomorrow. Someone repeats it with that gentle tone that says, "I am only worried." By evening there are several upgraded versions. You do not need a local newsletter. You have human notice boards with excellent hearing and a shared belief that anything interesting deserves retelling. The same attention that makes you feel watched is also what keeps you alive. You know whose cow is sick, whose roof is leaking, who has not opened their door yet this morning. When something is wrong, that awareness turns into help with surprising speed. Fire, everyone runs with buckets. Sudden illness, someone brings herbs. Someone goes for the priest or the midwife. A bad harvest, people quietly stretch their own stores so a neighbour with more mouths to feed does not fall straight into disaster. Your world is too small for indifference. Work ties you together as much as crisis does. You share tools no single household can easily afford and join in on big tasks like harvest, ditch clearing, and repairs. One neighbour is good with animals, one with wood, one with bargaining at market, one with remembering who owes what. Favours circulate quietly, and you keep mental track, not as a strict ledger, more as a list of who to show up for next time. On the surface it is cooperation. Underneath it is survival dressed as friendliness. Of course, that same closeness creates friction. Someone lets their chickens loose in your seedlings. Someone dumps their waste in the wrong place. Someone never quite pulls their weight at communal jobs, but always has energy for commenting from the side. You cannot simply avoid them and move on. You will stand next to them at mass and probably borrow their rake next week. So you practice the art of polite tolerance, a tight smile and a shrug, and save the real commentary for trusted ears who already know exactly how you feel. Your reputation floats a step ahead of you wherever you go. Be generous a few times and people remember. Lose your temper once in public and they remember that longer. In a world without written references, you're mostly made of stories. The way you helped in a bad winter, the joke you told at a wedding, the time you slipped in the mud and took the priest down with you. The village never fully forgets. Sometimes suffocating. Sometimes the only safety net you have when life goes sideways. Despite everything, you dream. Not just at night, though those dreams can be vivid. Omens, saints, monsters, neighbours, the usual. You live in a world where the supernatural and the everyday blur. You read meaning into strange lights, odd animal behaviour, unusual weather. You might carry charms, say certain prayers, avoid specific places after dark. At the same time, you dream in the emotional sense, a slightly better harvest, a small piece of land of your own, surviving childbirth, seeing your children grow up. The afterlife looms large. Heaven, hell, purgatory, all presented as very real destinations. You hope that enduring all this suffering patiently counts for something. It is less about life goals and more about a quiet hope that there is purpose in your struggle, and that someday, somehow, things will be gentler than this. Dreams at night are not background noise. They feel like possible messages. If you dream of fire, you glance at the thatch and the hearth with new caution. If you dream of overflowing grain, you step into the fields the next morning with your shoulders a little lighter. If a dead relative appears and says something strange, you carry that line around for years, turning it over in your mind like a worn coin. Superstition is not a cute extra. It is your unofficial safety plan. You cross yourself by a certain tree because once someone said something happened there, and no one wants to test it. You avoid starting big tasks on days that feel wrong. You respect crossroads after dark. You murmur brief prayers when thunder rolls in too fast. You do not have forecasts or savings accounts. You have habit, ritual, and the sense that it is better to be careful in a world you do not control. You also dream while awake, usually with your hands busy. You imagine a year when the harvest is good and the taxes are not worse. You picture a cow that does not sicken, a roof that does not leak, A winter where the grain bin looks comfortably full instead of personally offended. On braver days, you let your mind wander further, to a moment when your children are grown and not starving, when they remember you as strict maybe, tired certainly, but present. The church gives shape to your hopes and your fears. Sermons tell you this life is a narrow road, full of stones, leading to an endless country you cannot see yet. Every patient endurance, every small mercy, every confession is said to bend that road a little away from disaster. You think about purgatory as a long scrubbing, and quietly hope that all the smoke you have breathed and all the blisters you have earned will count toward a shorter stay. At the end of the day, you lie down on the same lumpy straw in the same smoky dark, listening to the breathing of people and animals who have made it through another round with this world. Your body aches, your stomach is rarely full, your future is uncertain, and still, somewhere between the creak of the rafters and the distant sound of the church bell, you hold on to that small, persistent belief that your life is seen, that your effort matters, that beyond the fields and the mud and the fear there is a gentler place waiting. With that thought, you let your eyes close, and once again you trust that morning will come, and that you will rise and begin the hard, hopeful work of surviving. When you wake up the next morning, you can feel it in your body. You're not feeling great. You are feeling sick, and in a medieval village, that's not strange. Sickness doesn't ask permission. It moves in quietly and starts rearranging your life. A splinter becomes a swelling. A blister becomes a wound. A toothache becomes your whole world. So you gather yourself, you swallow the worry, and you go looking for relief. Which is how we arrive at the next topic, the cures in medieval times, the strange ones that people actually trusted. Herbs and charms, brews and pastes, strong smells and stronger confidence. The kind that burn your nose hairs, look vaguely alive, and come with guidance that basically says, don't ask. Now imagine walking into a physician's chambers with a mild headache and being treated like a malfunctioning soup recipe. He squints at you like a suspicious onion. Your skin is pale, your eyes are watery, your mood is dry. Clearly your phlegm is staging a coup. This is not a joke to them. The physician consults a chart that looks like it was drawn by someone trying to invent astrology using meat. It is full of circles, arrows, and confusing Latin phrases like melancholia and choleric, and no one is quite sure if you're being diagnosed or cursed. Every personality trait, every mood swing, every weird stomach sound is blamed on the humours. Feeling lethargic, that is black bile. Impulsive, yellow bile. Crying at church again. Excess phlegm. Laughing too much at the neighbour's cow accident. Clearly too much blood. The body is not a mystery to them. It is just a question of which internal fluid is being dramatic this week. The only real mystery is how to fix it without accidentally making it worse. You are classified next. Your face, your attitude, even the way you sit is added up and labelled. You're phlegmatic today, they say. Cool and moist. That explains your sleepiness and vague sense of doom. Another day you might be labelled choleric, hot and dry, which would excuse your crankiness and bold life decisions like arguing with the baker about bread size. There is comfort in this system, in its strange way. It means your suffering has a name, even if that name sounds like something that should come with a side of potatoes. Treatments, of course, depend entirely on which humour is winning the internal talent show. Too much blood. Time to let some out. Too much black bile. Try fasting. or vomiting, or sitting in a cold room thinking about your regrets. Too much phlegm. You need heat, maybe a spicy broth, maybe a hot brick under your armpit. The goal is to nudge the humours into harmony, like a barbershop quartet where one guy keeps ruining everything with drama and phlegm. Even the seasons are part of this balancing act. Winter is cold and wet, so it increases phlegm. Summer is hot and dry, so it inflames yellow bile. Spring wakes up the blood. Autumn stirs up melancholy like a moody playlist. So treatments change not just with your symptoms, but with the weather, your age, your horoscope, and how much cheese you ate last Tuesday. The best part is, none of this feels strange to them. This is settled science. To question the humours is like questioning gravity or soup. You, on the other hand, are trying not to laugh every time someone says melancholia and stares at your knees like they hold the answer to your destiny. But this is just the beginning. Now that your internal stew has been judged, it is time for the physician to actually do something about it. You meet the local medical expert, and you can tell he is important because he owns a robe and does not carry his own bucket. He speaks calmly, like your pain is an inconvenience to his schedule, and he asks questions that feel spiritual, not practical. Have you been sad lately? Have you been warm at night? Have you recently looked at the moon with disrespect? You are hoping for something modern like a thermometer. He is hoping for something medieval like a vibe. And then he says the words that change your life. Bring me your urine. He does not ask for a sample discreetly. He announces it like he is requesting wine at a banquet. A young assistant is summoned, holding a glass flask as if it contains the future. You are herded behind a screen that provides all the privacy of a soggy bedsheet and told to provide a generous amount. You stare into the flask, wondering how this became your life. And when you return, your personal golden potion is whisked away with reverence, like a sacred offering at the altar of guesswork. The doctor holds the flask up to the light. He squints. He rotates it. He gives it a gentle swirl. He looks at it the way a sommelier might inspect a questionable vintage. Then he begins the performance. There is a chart. Of course there is a chart. A circular masterpiece of colours and metaphors, comparing urine to everything from wine to broth to morning fog. Each shade means something. Pale yellow might suggest fear. Dark brown might imply liver problems, or possibly just a hearty meal, or possibly both. The point is not accuracy. The point is confidence. The doctor sniffs it next. You try not to panic. You try not to faint. You definitely try not to make eye contact. He nods, as if your scent confirms something ancient and troubling. Perhaps too much heat. Perhaps too much moisture. Perhaps Mercury is in a bad mood. The more you try to follow, the more it all sounds like a horoscope written by someone with a cold and a grudge. He announces that your urine is cloudy with notes of melancholy. This is apparently a condition. You are told your body is full of sadness vapours and heat rising from internal storms. The remedy, he says, will be straightforward. But first he needs to check your pulse, not to count it, just to feel it, for vibes. He places his fingers gently on your wrist and closes his eyes, as if communing with the spirit of your spleen. Then he makes another quiet hum and says something vague like your energies are misaligned. You sit there, trying to look both humble and not cursed, while he writes down your symptoms in a notebook filled with Latin doodles and what might be a crude sketch of a very disappointed kidney. He tells you that your humours are in disagreement, that your stomach is too wet, that your liver is pouting, that your brain is possibly overheated, You would like to ask how he knows this, but he is already reaching for his favourite solution. There is a short silence while he prepares to say it, like he enjoys the drama. Then finally he looks at you with that calm, helpful expression and announces your fate. Bloodletting. A good, healthy draining. Not too much, just enough to let the bad feelings leave your body through a well-timed hole. You smile politely while imagining your modern doctor's reaction to this whole interaction. But this is not your century anymore. Your wellness journey begins now. The solution to many medieval problems is simple. You have too much blood. Too much blood causes heat, anger, lust, headaches, and probably the invention of taxes. So they suggest a small opening, a careful cut, a gentle draining, like you're a wine barrel that needs to calm down. You're trying to be polite because you are a guest in this century, but you would also like to keep your blood inside your body where it belongs. The barber surgeon smiles. Do not worry, he has done this dozens of times, which is not as comforting as he thinks it is. You are led to a chair that wobbles with the haunted confidence of furniture that has seen things. The barber surgeon is whistling again. You are not sure if this is supposed to be calming, or if it is just how he prepares himself emotionally to puncture strangers. He rolls up your sleeve and taps your arm like he's getting to know it personally. His tools are laid out on the table, glinting faintly in the candlelight. You try not to make eye contact with anything sharp, especially the one that looks like it could double as a gardening tool. He selects a lancet, which is basically a fancy word for a tiny knife that has dreams of being a sword. He talks while he works, sharing stories about previous patients who only fainted a little, or who bled so beautifully he considered writing poetry about it. You nod and laugh politely, mostly to distract yourself from the part where your body is about to become slightly more hollow. He ties a cloth tightly around your upper arm to make the vein pop like it is auditioning for something. You look away. You would rather watch literally anything else. You hear the slice more than you feel it at first. Then a warm trickle. A bowl is placed beneath your arm to collect the evidence of your imbalance. You're told not to worry. The bowl will catch everything important. This is not comforting. The bowl looks like it has been used for soup. Everyone watches the blood flow like it is part of a show. The surgeon nods approvingly and mutters that your blood has a good colour, which you guess is a compliment. You start to feel a little light-headed, which is exactly what they were hoping for. Success. The heat is leaving your body. Your humours are calming down. You, however, are now wondering how many pints of blood you are allowed to donate before your personality leaves too. After a few minutes, the surgeon decides you're sufficiently drained. He applies a bit of cloth and wraps your arm like a birthday present nobody asked for. You are handed a cup of weak ale and a dry biscuit. This is your reward. The medieval version of a juice box. You chew it slowly, realizing that everything here is about balance, even the part where your body was treated like an overfilled bottle of jam. You ask if this is the only option. He says of course not. There are many tools for restoring balance. Bloodletting is just the classic. But there are other ways to encourage your humours to behave. Leeching, purging, sweating, smoking, enemas. You pause at that last word. You're not ready for that word. But he says it so casually, like it is just another Tuesday. Before you can process what is coming next, the doctor returns with a list of other suggestions. He is excited. Now that your blood has been lowered, he believes your system is open to deeper healing. You're not sure what that means. He smiles, clasps his hands, and says it is time to talk about leeches. You take a deep breath. You are not ready. But this is the path now, one drop at a time. Leeches arrive like little staff members. They are placed carefully because medieval people truly believed location mattered. If your head hurts, the leech goes near the head. If your liver is grumpy, the leech goes near the liver. It is very logical in a deeply unsettling way. The leech latches on and begins to drink, and everyone acts like this is normal and relaxing. Like a spa day. You try to pretend you're not being sipped by a creature that looks like a living raisin. And just when you think it cannot get weirder, someone suggests you should also purge. The jar opens with a wet pop that sounds far too alive for your liking. Inside, a slow swirl of slug spins lazily in a puddle of water and mystery. The surgeon peers in fondly and selects one with the same care you might use to pick a wine for dinner. He lifts it with tongs, holds it to the light and nods. This one, he says, is especially good for melancholy. You try not to take that personally. The leech does not care. It is here to do its job. You are told to remove your shoe and roll up your trouser leg. The first leech is placed on your ankle, apparently a hot spot for emotional congestion. The creature hesitates, sniffing perhaps, or deciding whether you are a worthy host. Then, with grim determination, it attaches. A tiny pinch, a slow, pulsing tug. You have now entered the leech phase of your day. Everyone observes the leech's progress like it is performing a beloved solo. The apprentice leans in to take notes. The barber surgeon hums a lullaby. You stare at the far wall and attempt to leave your body spiritually. The leech, meanwhile, is thriving. It bloats with alarming speed, swelling into a glossy, satisfied pouch of what used to be you. The apprentice calls it beautiful. You call it deeply personal. When it is full, the leech detaches with a sound that makes your spine briefly leave the room. It is placed in a clay dish and given a little rest, like a performer exiting stage left after a big number. Another leech is selected. This one, they say, is for the back of the neck, where the excess heat of pride and stubbornness gathers. You nod solemnly, as if you too have long believed your confidence lives behind your ears. The process continues, each leech with its own agenda, each one placed with care, as though rearranging furniture in a room made of skin. At one point, a smaller, livelier one makes a beeline for your collarbone. You do not argue. You have accepted your new role as a human buffet. The staff seems pleased with your cooperation. You begin to wonder if medieval wellness is just learning to let nature nibble at you and then pretending it helped. Eventually the surgeon stands back and announces that you are sufficiently leeched. The tone is celebratory, like a painter finishing a masterpiece. You are wrapped in a scratchy wool blanket and guided to a fireside bench to recover. Someone hands you a biscuit. You hold it quietly, unsure if you're allowed to eat solid food after being partially drained like a wine cask with self-esteem issues. You ask if this is the end. The doctor smiles gently and says no. Of course not. Leeches are just the beginning. You must also be cleansed from within. The next phase is one of great importance. A full body rebalancing. A purge. You hear the word and something in your stomach shifts. But that is a problem for later. For now you sit by the fire, wrapped in wool, slightly hollow and vaguely proud. You have been leeched, professionally, repeatedly. Congratulations. You are now ready for the next step in your medieval wellness journey, whether you want to be or not. If sickness is imbalance, then the fastest way to balance is to get rid of something. Anything. Vomit, sweat, diarrhea, tears. Medieval medicine loves an exit strategy. You're given something bitter, something oily, something that feels like it was invented by an enemy. The goal is to make your body evacuate its bad ideas. It is like uninstalling a broken app by throwing your whole phone into a river. You are told to stay calm, and you're doing your best, but your stomach is now writing angry letters, and then comes the even bolder cousin of purging, the enema. But let us pause on that for a moment, because what you are experiencing now is the purge. You're handed a small wooden cup filled with a liquid that smells like boiled pessimism. It is thick, brown, and has the consistency of regret. You drink it because everyone is watching. They nod encouragingly, like they just gave you a warm broth instead of a chemical rebellion. Then they hand you a second cup. You stare at it, betrayed. They call this the gentle version. The strong version is reserved for people with real issues like ambition or back pain. Your stomach begins to shift, slowly at first like a conversation starting in another room, then louder, urgent, a distant rumble, a churn, and suddenly your entire torso is hosting a revolution. You look around for guidance. The apprentice points you to a small room with a wooden bench and a hole in it. You enter with the careful shuffle of someone who now understands regret on a personal level. The door closes. Nature takes over. You lose track of time. At one point you think you blacked out and came back stronger. There is sweating. There is groaning. There is a moment where you consider writing a letter to your past self to never drink strange things from wooden cups again. When you finally emerge, you are pale, hollow, and strangely serene. The physician greets you like a returning hero. You have released the demons, he says. You're lighter now, cleaner, empty in the best way. He asks if you cried during the process. You say maybe. He beams. Good. Tears are another form of release. You are detoxing. You are purifying. You are, according to him, one step closer to celestial balance. You do not feel celestial. You feel like a pastry someone squeezed too hard, but everyone seems impressed. The apprentice offers you a cloth to wipe your forehead and a biscuit that you will absolutely not be eating. The doctor then launches into a small speech about the benefits of expulsion. Some people purge through vomiting, others through sweating. Some even bleed from the nose when the humours get particularly theatrical. He tells you about a man who once sneezed out his sorrow and was healed for 3 whole days. You try to imagine what that sounds like, but decide to protect your imagination instead. Then he pauses and says, "Of course, for more stubborn cases there is a more refined option, a method with precision, with flow, a method involving tubes. You blink slowly. You know what is coming. You feel it in your bones and in your recently evacuated everything." He smiles and gestures toward a shelf with long instruments that look like they were designed by someone who has never known peace. "Yes," he says gently, "it is time for the enema." You nod because resistance feels like it might cause more paperwork. He assures you it will be cleansing, refreshing, invigorating even. You smile back with the dead eyes of someone who has gone through too much and still has more medieval wellness ahead. The enema awaits, the journey continues, and your dignity has packed a small bag and quietly left the building. The medieval world has syringes made of metal, wood, and optimism. Liquids are poured, instructions are whispered. Your dignity leaves the room first, and the worst part is how proud everyone is afterward, as if you have just achieved wellness. You lie back and think, maybe I should have just taken a nap, but now you have a new symptom. Existential fear. Luckily, they have a cure for that too. Smoke. But let us not skip the details. You're escorted to a quiet corner where the walls seem to lean away from the scene, as if the architecture itself is embarrassed. The enema device is already waiting. It is large, suspiciously polished, and carved with what might be decorative flourishes or medieval emojis. A wooden tube, a leather bladder, a long nozzle. Everything about it says this will not be a gentle experience. But everyone around you is beaming with wellness energy. So you nod like this is fine. You are told to lie on your side, you do. You are told to relax, you try. Then you're told cheerfully that the mixture being used today is a special herbal infusion of vinegar, chamomile, sage, and for some reason, crushed garlic. You do not ask why. You no longer have the strength to question your own reality. You have already been bled, leached, and purged. At this point, your body is basically a haunted house full of open doors. The physician approaches like a man with a mission. The assistant holds the bladder high, and gravity does the rest. You stare at the wooden beams in the ceiling and think about your childhood. There is discomfort, betrayal, and the eerie sensation of being personally invaded by salad dressing. You make a noise that cannot be translated. The assistant nods solemnly. Yes, that means it is working. Time stretches. You are informed that you must retain the fluid for a few minutes to allow it to do its magical work. This apparently separates the strong from the weak. You grip the edge of the cot with the quiet intensity of a monk facing temptation. You have never concentrated this hard on not moving in your life. Finally, the moment comes to release. The bucket is provided. The assistant remains nearby, humming softly, which is somehow worse than anything else. When it is over, they treat you like a hero returning from battle. You're cleaned, wrapped in another wool blanket and handed a clay cup of broth. They say your body has been reborn. You feel like your organs just filed for divorce. The physician pats your shoulder and tells you with deep sincerity that enemas are among the highest forms of healing. They restore the inner balance. They reset the very soul. You nod slowly, unsure whether to laugh or cry or just evaporate. The assistant asks if you would like another in a few days. You manage a tight smile that communicates both your gratitude and your deep internal scream. Then you're left to rest by the fire, once again, with that now familiar sensation of being hollowed out for health. But there is no time to wallow. No sooner have you begun to reassemble your sense of self than the next remedy is introduced. A cleansing of a different kind. A new approach to fighting imbalance. You look toward the hearth, already flickering with flame, and realize that in medieval medicine, healing does not stop at your skin. It enters the lungs, whether you like it or not. You are told sickness travels in bad air. So the response is obvious. Make the air smell different. People burn herbs, wood, and whatever is available, filling rooms with thick scented smoke that makes your eyes water and your soul feel lightly toasted. It is like trying to disinfect your house by aggressively roasting it. Some carry pomanders, little balls filled with spices, held up to the nose like a portable filter for the apocalypse. You breathe carefully because the smoke is intense. And you realize medieval wellness is mostly about competing smells. You are led into what they call a cleansing chamber. It looks like a kitchen, a chapel, and a forest floor had a confusing argument. Sage is smouldering in a clay bowl near the hearth. bundles of dried rosemary are shoved into the fire until they pop and crackle like angry broomsticks. There are sticks of incense stuck into loaves of bread to keep them upright. Someone has added dried juniper to the mix. The room now smells like a very religious pine tree. A woman in 3 shawls and 1 opinionated bonnet wafts the smoke toward your face with a feather. She tells you it will open your pores, clear your thoughts, and frighten away corrupted air spirits. You are unsure how to feel about that sentence, mostly because your lungs are now full of rosemary steam and your tongue tastes like burnt furniture. You cough gently. She beams. It is working. There is no formal method. They just keep burning things and waving them near your head like they are trying to exorcise a casserole. Someone sprinkles vinegar onto a hot brick, releasing a sharp cloud that makes your eyebrows fold inward. You're handed a small cloth pouch and told to keep it near your heart. It contains crushed cloves, garlic, and something labelled angel's hair, which is either a poetic name for fennel or the worst souvenir ever. You step outside for air only to find the entire village has joined in. Doors are flung open, smoke spills from windows, people are waving bundles of herbs at each other like they are casting spells in a very sneezy wizard duel. A child runs past holding a burning sprig of thyme like a torch. A man nearby shouts at his chimney, as though it personally invited the plague. The town reeks of effort and basil. Even travel requires preparation. Travellers wear long beak-like masks stuffed with herbs, creating a kind of personal incense chamber. The idea is to inhale only good smells and none of the bad ones. You spot one such mask hanging on a hook. It looks like something a crow would wear to a costume party in hell. You ask if you are meant to wear one. They laugh. Not yet. That is only for serious cases. Eventually the air becomes so thick with scent that you are no longer sure whether you feel better or just heavily seasoned. You smell like a winter stew, a spicy one. Everyone claps you on the back and tells you that your lungs have been purified, your aura polished, and your internal winds redirected. You do not remember asking for any of that. But apparently your wellness has improved. You're given a pomander to hang around your neck, a pouch to pin to your sleeve, and instructions not to breathe deeply near strangers, which honestly is fair advice in any century. You're told your humours should feel lighter now. They do. Possibly because half your oxygen has been replaced with thyme smoke. But if the smoke did not fully do the job, do not worry. There is another solution. You are now invited to meet the apothecary, and he has something much more exciting in a jar. You step into the apothecary and the air changes. It smells like dried flowers, sharp resins, honey and secrets. Shelves are packed with powders, roots, syrups, and chunks of things that used to be alive. The apothecary speaks softly, like a bartender for your organs. What seems to be the trouble, friend? You say you feel weak, and he nods like, yes, weakness is very popular this season. Then he offers you the medieval dream product, a cure for everything. It has a name that sounds comforting. Theriac, or treacle, and it is about to become your whole personality. He pulls down a thick glass jar with a cork so tight it looks like it was sealed by divine contract. Inside is a dense, dark paste that glistens like tar and smells faintly of cinnamon, earth, and childhood trauma. This, he says, is theriac, the good stuff, the real deal. The kind once used by emperors and popes and anyone rich enough to survive it. He scoops out a portion with a little wooden spoon and offers it to you with the gentle reverence of a man presenting a holy relic or a mild dare. You taste it. You were expecting something vaguely herbal. Instead, it hits your tongue like spiced tree sap dipped in regret. It is sweet, yes, but also gritty and oddly chewy, like someone tried to make licorice out of grave dirt. You chew slowly while the apothecary watches proudly. He says it contains over 60 ingredients. You nod politely because you cannot speak, and also because your mouth is still processing at least 12 of those ingredients. He explains that theriac can treat everything: fevers, fatigue, snake bites, heartbreak, bad dreams, and neighbours who look at you wrong. It contains opium, which explains why some people love it and some people simply lie down after eating it and forget to wake up on time. It also contains saffron, honey, myrrh, viper flesh, and probably a few philosophical concepts. It is a paste made of confidence. You feel both healed and betrayed. The apothecary guides you around the shop, pointing out other treasures: dried lizards for lung complaints, powdered horn for male vitality, crushed pearls for anxiety, assuming you are rich and deeply confused. He lifts a jar of preserved rose petals and claims they improve the mood. He opens a drawer labelled unicorn bone and quickly closes it again before questions are asked. You see a dusty bottle marked mummy powder and decide you do not need to know what that one does. Every shelf in the shop is a gamble between healing and historical misjudgment. At one point he opens a tin and holds it under your nose. It smells like burnt raisins and vinegar. Good for the memory, he says. You try to remember what your life was like before this moment. You cannot. It is working. He offers to mix you a custom tonic. You watch as he sprinkles various powders into a clay bowl with dramatic flair. There is no measuring, just confidence and hope. A little bark for circulation, a few seeds for courage, a pinch of something that looks like crushed beetles but is probably optimism. He stirs it all together with a stick and pours it into a small bottle with a wax seal. You are told to take one sip every morning and absolutely not to question anything that happens afterward. You thank him, your hands full of mystery powders and ancient syrup. He nods, already moving to the next customer, who's asking whether melted amber can fix their seasonal sadness. You step outside, blinking into the daylight, a little stickier than before and unsure whether you're healed or simply in a gentle trance. But as effective as theriac may be, it is not enough for some. If you're truly serious about protecting your body from corruption, the apothecary recommends something stronger, something sacred. It is time to meet the saints, or at least the pieces of them. Now you enter the world of sacred healing, where relics are the original wellness influences. A scrap of cloth, a bone fragment, a vial of something claimed to be holy. People touch them, kiss them, and whisper prayers with the focus of someone refreshing an email they desperately need. You're offered a charm to wear because prevention matters. It is the medieval version of carrying hand sanitizer, except the sanitizer is faith and the bottle is your neck. You try not to judge because modern people also believe in some wild stuff, like detox teas. And speaking of detox, someone suggests another classic medieval cure: sweat. But before you can sweat, you must believe. The priest ushers you into a small room behind the church, a place where the truly valuable relics are stored, not the ones displayed in shiny cases for pilgrims to admire. These are the ones reserved for those who are desperate, wealthy, or both. The air is thick with incense, beeswax, and the gentle panic of someone realizing they might be about to touch a saint's toenail. The relics are arranged with care, tiny bones in silver cases, teeth in crystal vials, bits of cloth, supposedly from robes worn by martyrs, carefully folded and placed in ornate wooden boxes. There is even a splinter of wood that is definitely, absolutely without question from the true cross. Probably. Maybe. You're asked not to think too hard about it. Faith, after all, is about not asking for receipts. You are guided to kneel before a reliquary shaped like a small house, complete with a glass window where a knuckle bone rests on red velvet. The priest murmurs a blessing and gestures for you to touch it. You hesitate, not because it is a bone, but because you're not sure what you are agreeing to. Healing, protection, a subscription to divine favour. You reach out slowly, touch the glass, and immediately feel warm. But that might just be from the room, which is somehow both sacred and suspiciously humid. The priest hands you a relic badge. It is made of tin and shaped like a little scallop shell. It has been pressed against a holy object and is now your portable miracle. You are told to wear it on your chest, near your heart, and absolutely not to sell it at the market. Not again. The last guy who did that had a very bad week. You meet other relics too. A vial of what might be blood that turns to powder when shaken. A strip of linen stained with something that everyone agrees is sacred and no one wants to test. A statue that weeps on Thursdays. You listen quietly as the stories are told. How one relic cured a fever. How another helped a child walk again. How a third was carried into battle and deflected an arrow, though the man carrying it did not survive. You leave the room with pockets full of tiny holy souvenirs. You have enough spiritual protection to open a very uncomfortable gift shop, and yet you are still told not to let your guard down. Relics help, but the body must also be cleansed in other ways. You're still full of invisible dangers, humours that sulk and toxins that lurk. Which is why the next step is entirely logical. If the saints cannot fully protect you, maybe your paws can. You are led to a warm, smoky room and told that the time has come to sweat it all out. Welcome to the medieval spa. Blankets, fire, and whatever hope smells like when it starts to burn. You're encouraged to sweat out illness, because why suffer quietly when you can suffer damp? They wrap you in blankets, place you near a fire, and serve hot drinks that taste like boiled regret. The goal is to open your pores and let sickness escape like a tiny demon fleeing a house party. You sit there slowly roasting, listening to the crackle of the fire and the soft wheeze of your own patience. You start to understand why medieval people loved baths in theory but feared them in practice. Too much water could be dangerous. Too much heat could be dangerous. Everything is dangerous. And then someone brings up the strongest solution of all. Fire on your skin. But first, more blankets. Always more blankets. You are bundled tighter than a leftover pastry, head poking out, sweat trickling from places you did not know could trickle. They hand you another mug of hot herb water and encourage you to breathe deeply. You try. The air is thick with steam mugwort and the slow unravelling of your willpower. Your pores begin to open. So do your doubts. You're told this is normal. The herbalist monitors your face closely. Too pale and she adds more heat. Too flushed and she fans you briefly before deciding you are being dramatic. She adds another log to the fire and fluffs the wool around your shoulders. You try to speak, but the wool absorbs most of your words. She tells you to stay still, or the illness might run back inside. Sweating is not just a cure, it is a ritual, There is a rhythm to it. You sweat. You sip. You sweat more. You're encouraged to think good thoughts, to keep your soul aligned with the direction of the heat. You're not sure which direction that is. Someone sings in the corner. It might be a healing chant. It might be a lullaby. It might be someone slowly losing their grip. You feel a kinship either way. At one point, you try to escape. Just casually, maybe sit up for a bit, but hands appear and gently press you back down, like a quilted hostage. You are told the toxins are almost gone. You did not know you had toxins. Now you are being boiled to release them. Your skin feels like it is thinking about peeling off. Your knees are sweating. Your earlobes are sweating. Your spirit is sweating. Eventually they let you cool down. Not with fresh air, but with a damp cloth soaked in something that smells like forest floor and forgotten responsibility. It is dabbed onto your forehead with great reverence. You are praised for your strength. You are told you did very well. You feel like a cooked carrot with dreams. The herbalist says your humours have been softened. Your insides are now like warm soup. This is apparently ideal. You are helped out of the cocoon of wool, one sticky layer at a time. The room swims around you. You are handed a dry shift and a fresh cup of something you will absolutely not be drinking. Your feet touch the cool stone floor and you whisper a thank you to gravity. You are now considered cleansed, enlightened by heat, purified by damp. You shuffle away, limp but respected. You have sweat like a true medieval patient. And now, as your skin continues to radiate faint disappointment, you're told there are still more treatments. One reserved for the most serious cases, the ones that do not respond to herbs or blankets or prayers. It is time to meet the metal and the man who wields it. Cautery is exactly what it sounds like. A heated tool pressed to flesh to stop bleeding, close wounds, or persuade a stubborn illness to leave out of fear. You watch the iron being warmed and you start to miss the leeches. At least leeches do not come with smoke. The practitioner speaks in a calm voice, like this is routine. You consider fainting politely, but everyone seems busy. The hot iron touches down and your soul briefly exits your body to take a walk. When it returns, you are told you look healthier. Incredible. And now, because the medieval world has no chill, they mention drilling a hole in your head. But let us linger for a moment with the iron. Because this is not just a treatment, this is a statement. When they bring out the cautery rod, they are not just trying to cure you. They are showing you that healing can be loud, smoky, and mildly traumatic. The iron is heated in a brazier until it glows the colour of decisions you cannot take back. The surgeon lifts it up, nods thoughtfully, and asks someone to hold your shoulders in place. You are not asked if you consent. You are simply encouraged not to move too much. They tell you this is for your own good, that the heat will drive out the corruption, that your bad humours will flee the body like demons being evicted. You would like to believe them, but your brain is busy composing a small opera of fear. You smell the iron before it touches you, that sharp metallic tang of forged despair. Then it presses against the skin, and your understanding of pain evolves. There is no screaming, not because it does not hurt, but because your breath has left the building. It is a deep, quiet agony, the kind that happens in silence and gets remembered for decades. They hold it in place for only a second or two, but time bends, the second stretches out, becomes a paragraph of suffering, a short novel of regret. Then it is over. The rod is withdrawn. Your skin hisses. Your spirit whimpers. They wrap the wound quickly with a poultice soaked in wine and herbs, something to prevent infection, something to distract you. You barely hear the words of comfort. Your body is buzzing, your eyes are glassy, your dignity is on vacation. But everyone around you looks satisfied. The surgeon pats you on the head like a brave little casserole. You have been cauterized. You have passed the test. They say the pain means it is working, that the worse it feels, the better the results, and that the body will remember not to be ill in that spot again. You think that is probably true. You cannot imagine any part of your body wanting to go through that twice. Some patients come back for multiple sessions, chronic problems, they say, persistent aches, the kind that only fire can reason with. Others swear by it as a preventative measure, like medieval flu shots, but with more sizzling. You overhear someone casually asking if they can get their back done too, just in case. You quietly begin planning your escape. But before you can slip away, the physician catches your eye and says he has another option for you. For certain kinds of pressure, for head pains, for moods that linger like fog, it is an ancient procedure. Very delicate, very precise. Maybe something's trapped in your skull, so they propose opening a little door. Trepanation has ancient roots and shows up in medieval surgical practice too. It is presented as careful and controlled, which is nice, but the idea is still, we will make a hole in your head. You sit very still and think about your life choices, all of them, especially the one where you did not stay in your own century. And just when you think medieval cures cannot get stranger, someone offers something softer, a poultice, which is medieval for we are going to smear a paste on it. But before we get to the soothing part, you must first survive the concept of skull carpentry. The physician assures you that this is only done in extreme cases, like persistent migraines, or melancholy that refuses to be politely drained from the ankles. He says it is a very specific solution for very specific problems. You nod, mostly because you are afraid that shaking your head might be interpreted as a symptom. The tool for trepanation is horrifyingly simple. A little hand drill, a chisel, maybe a small mallet. If you are lucky, they will use a round saw. If you are very lucky, someone will be holding your head. You're told to sit upright and stay calm. There is a strong emphasis on staying calm. They say it like it is easy, like it is normal to sit quietly while a stranger peels a circle out of your skull like an artisanal cheese sample. You are given wine beforehand, not for sanitation, just to help you not scream your feelings. If you are high status, maybe you get some mandrake root or poppy syrup. If you are low status, they just sing near you and hope that distracts you from the crunching. The surgeon marks the spot carefully, like he's about to hang a family portrait on your forehead. Then he begins. The pressure is immediate, a scraping sensation followed by a popping one, and then a moment where your thoughts feel loose. They say this is normal. They say the spirits are being released. You briefly consider becoming one of them. The onlookers murmur prayers. One of them faints. You envy them. The hole is not large, just enough to provide relief, they say, as if your brain just needed a tiny skylight to feel less stuffy. Once the bone circle is removed, they inspect it like a prize. Sometimes they keep it. Sometimes they give it back to you, wrapped in linen as a souvenir. You decline, politely. The wound is packed with herbs, honey, or moss. Because if you are going to be exposed to the elements, you may as well smell nice. They place a cap or a bandage over your head and recommend rest, and fluids, and perhaps not thinking too hard for a few days. You nod again, slowly. Your head feels lighter. not metaphorically, literally. You are congratulated. You have been trepanned. You are now spiritually ventilated. You lie down, eyes wide open, and think about how this was somehow seen as an upgrade from cautery, and how this was, in someone's opinion, delicate care. But the next remedy will not involve holes, or heat, or spirits. It will involve paste, crushed herbs, maybe bread, something that squishes gently onto the skin and smells like it believes in natural healing. A poultice. Your next medieval adventure comes with texture. A poultice is comfort food for your skin. Herbs mixed with fat or bread or wine, crushed and slapped onto the problem like a healing lasagna. Sometimes it is soothing, sometimes it burns, sometimes it smells like a swamp that learned to read. People apply poultices for swelling, wounds, and pain, trusting that the right mixture will pull out corruption. You can almost see the logic. Almost. And then someone suggests adding something stronger, something from the animal world. Because nothing says health like farm ingredients used off-label. It begins with the mortar and pestle. Someone starts grinding herbs like they are angry at a salad. Leaves, roots, a splash of vinegar, a whisper of honey, and something that looks suspiciously like mashed barley. Then comes the fat. Animal fat, thick and glossy, scooped into the bowl like lumpy glue. The mixture turns from crumbly to paste. It is warm. It is fragrant. It is deeply upsetting. They apply it with a wooden spatula that probably doubles as a cooking tool. You are told to hold still while they spread it on your chest. The poultice is hot, squishy, and somehow heavier than expected. It settles over your skin like a soggy quilt made by someone with no boundaries. You are wrapped again in cloth to keep the heat in, which means you are now wearing a compress burrito. You are told not to move for at least an hour, preferably 2. As the paste cools, it hardens slightly. Your skin begins to itch. You mention this, and they tell you that means it is working. You mention the smell, and they nod wisely. That means it is drawing out the illness. You mention that you feel like you are marinating. They ignore you. The important thing is that the humours are being coaxed toward the surface, like shy woodland creatures. Different poultices are used for different ailments. Onion and garlic for chest congestion, mustard seed for joint pain, bread and milk for boils, clay for mysterious lumps, wine-soaked crumbs for abscesses and drama. Sometimes a raw egg is added, sometimes ashes, sometimes something that used to live in a river. If it can be mashed and stuck to a body, someone has tried it. Success is measured by how loudly the patient groans and how impressed the neighbours are. If the first round does not work, they simply make another one, warmer this time, with more vinegar, or possibly less. No one really knows. They rely on instinct, tradition, and how the stars looked last Thursday. Some poultices are left on overnight. You sleep, if you can, while covered in what feels like compost with a mission. You wake up crusted, itchy, and slightly herbal. But better. Maybe. If not, there is always the next variation, with goat butter. The theory is simple. Illness is something inside that wants to come out. The poultice pulls, it absorbs, it warms, it whispers. You imagine your pain floating up into the paste like steam rising from bad decisions. You want to believe it, you really do, but mostly you are focused on how your shoulder now smells like pickled sadness. Eventually the poultice is peeled away. It comes off with a wet squelch and the solemnity of a medical miracle. Everyone leans in to inspect the residue. There are nods. The corruption is gone. The paste has done its work. You're allowed to stretch again. even though one arm no longer trusts the process. You're told that you are healing well, that your body responded beautifully, that with a few more applications you will be as balanced as a well-rotated turnip. You thank them. You mean it. Sort of. But before you can escape into dry clothing and silence, someone appears holding a small bucket. Inside is something damp and blinking. The next treatment, they explain, will involve a pigeon, and your understanding of health is about to enter a new chapter entirely. In medieval remedies, animals are not just food or labour. They are medicine supplies with legs. Fat, bile, bones, milk, even feathers all have a role in some recipe somewhere. The line between kitchen, stable and clinic is extremely blurry. You hear advice that sounds like a dare. Put this on your skin. Drink that. Wear this. You nod like a polite time traveller while thinking, in my century we at least pretend not to be like this. Then the conversation turns to the biggest medieval fear of all, plague, and the cures get truly unhinged. But first, more animals. Because before you reach full-blown plague panic, you must first appreciate how many parts of a barnyard can be medically repurposed. Cow dung mixed with barley was once recommended for certain rashes. Pig fat was applied to wounds. Goat milk was used to soften skin and occasionally to rinse out eyes. Someone hands you a poultice made with lard, sage, and what is gently described as essence of rooster. You don't ask what that means. You don't want to know. The fat of animals is prized for its warmth and richness. It is the carrier of choice for many healing herbs. A dollop of sheep tallow can be combined with crushed garlic and smeared on a swollen ankle with alarming enthusiasm. You're told this will draw out the heat. You are not entirely sure whether they mean metaphorical heat, infection, or a grudge your ankle has been holding on to since spring. Then there are bones, ground into powder, stirred into drinks, or worn around the neck to absorb evil. A chicken bone tied to the wrist is said to protect against sudden fits of rage. A dog's tooth in a pouch under the pillow can prevent bad dreams, or cause them, depending on the dog. You are given a rabbit's foot dipped in vinegar and told to hold it during storms. For what purpose? No one explains. But they all nod like this makes sense. Bile is also popular. Animal bile, collected with care and stored in jars, is believed to have cleansing properties. It is mixed with honey or wine and taken by the spoonful to cleanse the liver or scare away intestinal worms. You are shown a sample. It looks like melted sadness and smells like betrayal. You are not offered any, yet. You pretend to look disappointed. Milk and butter are more familiar, but still strange in this context. Cow's milk with herbs is used to bathe sore eyes. Donkey milk is praised for its gentleness. Fermented mare's milk is said to help digestion if you can keep it down. Butter is not just for eating. It is rubbed into the skin, smeared on the chest, and occasionally used to seal a bandage. Someone insists it also soothes heartbreak. You are not sure if they mean the physical kind or just emotional damage in general. Even feathers are dragged into this. Pigeon feathers are burnt and used in powders. Rooster feathers are tied to wounds. Owl feathers are avoided. No one wants owl energy near a sick bed. That's asking for trouble. You nod like this is the most natural thing in the world. You no longer know what reality is. Eventually someone appears holding a pigeon. A live one. It blinks at you. You blink back. The healer explains that pigeons are very good at drawing out plague energy, especially when pressed against certain parts of the body. You would laugh, but they are already preparing a blanket, because now the talk of plague has begun in earnest, and when the Black Death shows up, medical logic is thrown directly out the window. along with your dignity. It is time to fight poison with poultry. Welcome to medieval plague medicine. May the feathers be in your favour. The moment plague enters the story, the whole town changes. People speak in whispers. They watch their neighbours. They smell the air like it is suspicious. Learned doctors write treatises. Folk healers offer charms. Everyone agrees on one thing. Something bad is in the body, and it must be drawn out. This is where medieval cures become both tragic and strangely creative. You are told to avoid bad air, keep your heart cheerful, and absolutely do not panic, which is adorable advice considering the situation. You're no longer just a person. You're now a potential plague vector, a moving vessel of doom, and possibly the reason someone down the road coughed twice during Vespers. People begin to look at you sideways. They cross themselves when you sneeze, and if you so much as break a sweat, someone starts lighting rosemary and whispering about early symptoms. You try to stay calm. But calm is in short supply when every crow feels like an omen, and every breeze smells like mortality. The physicians are divided. Some believe the plague is spread by bad air. Others insist it is divine punishment. A few blame Saturn. You try not to take it personally that your fate may rest in the hands of a moody planet. Doctors arrive in town with beaked masks stuffed with herbs, poking at patients like floral-scented crows. Their robes are waxed against disease, their eyes hidden behind glass, their voices muffled and surreal. They look less like healers and more like performance artists in a tragedy no one asked to attend. People wear charms and talismans with increasing urgency. Amber beads, lead crosses, bits of dried toad strung on cord. Anything that might convince fate to look elsewhere. They carry pomanders filled with cloves and lavender. They burn sage, juniper, resin, and desperation. Someone hangs a necklace of onions around your neck. Someone else insists you eat only sour foods. Someone else offers a song, a very long, off-key, medically ambitious song. You smile, you nod, you chew the onion. The mood in town swings wildly. Some people laugh too loudly. Others sit silently for hours staring into the distance like they are trying to memorize the clouds. A few decide this is the best time to confess everything. Secrets come out with the same urgency as symptoms, affairs, stolen bread. Who really burned that haystack last spring? It turns out fear is excellent for honesty. The advice continues to pour in. Do not bathe too often, or you'll open your pores to evil. Bathe frequently to remove sins. Eat garlic. Drink vinegar. Do not drink vinegar, it attracts bad humours. Avoid people. Stay with family. Pray more. Pray differently. Try not to die. Above all, stay cheerful. A joyful heart is plague-proof, according to at least 3 pamphlets and 1 enthusiastic monk. You start to believe everything and nothing at once. You clutch a bundle of herbs. You wipe your door with vinegar. You cough into your elbow, which earns you a blessing and a suspicious squint. You sleep with your head higher than your feet, because someone swore it helps. You dream of feathers, of bells, of masks, and every morning you check yourself for swellings, as if you are waiting for your own plot twist. But plague medicine is just getting started. When smells and saints fail, when songs and prayers lose their charm, the people turn to nature. Specifically to birds, because of course they do. You are introduced to a method meant to draw poison from plague swellings, those painful lumps called buboes. The idea is simple in the way nightmares are simple. Take a live chicken, press its rear end against the swelling and let it pull the badness out. People believed the chicken would absorb the corruption and die. Like a feathery sponge for doom, you stare at the chicken. The chicken stares back with the expression of someone trapped in someone else's bad plan. And you realize medieval medicine is often about transferring fear into something else. Which leads naturally to the next cure, pigeons, because of course. It begins with the healer explaining the theory in a tone that suggests this is perfectly normal behavior for both humans and chickens. The logic is that a living creature, full of vitality and innocent of sin, can draw out the pestilence like a magnet pulls iron. The closer the contact, the more effective the transference, preferably directly against the bubo, preferably featherless, preferably without too much squirming from either party. You're reassured this is a time-tested remedy. By time-tested, they mean once written down by a man in a hat who probably never tried it himself. The chicken is brought in with a reverence usually reserved for royal guests or ancient relics. Its feathers are parted, its rear presented like a holy object, and its mission explained in hushed tones. You are the host, it is the guest. Together, you will attempt a medical miracle via unwanted proximity. The chicken is placed gently onto the swelling, or more accurately applied, as if it is a salve that occasionally flaps. You try to remain still, you try to breathe evenly. You try not to imagine the Yelp review this chicken would leave if it could type. The healer closes their eyes as if meditating. A few onlookers murmur encouragements. Someone blesses the bird. You think about your ancestors who survived things like this long enough to produce you, and you wonder if they are watching this from the afterlife with their heads in their ghost hands. The chicken emits a noise that sounds like resignation. Your bubo throbs in time with your dignity slowly exiting your body. Eventually the chicken is lifted away and examined with clinical curiosity. If it looks sluggish, if it ruffles its feathers in an offended manner, if it seems vaguely annoyed with existence, the healer nods. Excellent. It has absorbed the sickness. The treatment was successful. The fact that you still feel like death is not relevant. Sometimes the chicken is released into the wild, its noble work complete. Other times, it is quietly culled to prevent recontamination. You are told to rest, drink something bitter, and consider another session. You ask how many chickens it takes to fully recover. The answer is unclear, but you suspect the number is somewhere between concerning and poultry genocide. 1 per swelling. Possibly more if the first chicken was emotionally unavailable. You ask politely if there is any other treatment, anything that does not involve livestock being pressed against your skin. The healer nods. Yes, there is a gentler option. Pigeons. But before we go there, you should know this was not a back-alley superstition. The chicken treatment appears in real medieval medical texts, endorsed by learned men who spoke Latin and owned multiple candles. It was serious work, it was procedure. And if a patient died afterward, the logic was never that the method was flawed. It was simply too late. The corruption was too deep. The chicken could only do so much. As the bird is carried away, you feel a strange respect. It tried. It gave everything. It did not ask for this life, but it showed up. You say thank you. The chicken blinks. It is the closest thing to closure you will get. But your healing journey is far from over. Because while chickens may steal the show, pigeons are waiting in the wings, slightly smaller, slightly less opinionated, and just as committed to your medieval well-being. Pigeons show up in medical recipes and practices in ways that make you look at modern pet owners with fresh respect. Sometimes the advice is to use a freshly killed pigeon as a comforting application, sometimes as a way to draw out illness. The theory is that life and heat can pull sickness away, like a magnet made of feathers. You imagine explaining this to a modern emergency room staff member, and you laugh quietly into your sleeve. The medieval practitioner is very serious. He places the bird as instructed, and you lie there trying to relax while a pigeon participates in your wellness journey. Then someone suggests something even more symbolic: amulets. This time the pigeon is not alive. It has been prepared, not cooked exactly, more like repurposed. A still warm bird, split and opened, is gently pressed to your chest. The healer's hands are reverent. You are less so. It is not the most painful moment of your plague journey, but it may be the most emotionally complicated. You are grieving the pigeon on its behalf, and also for yourself. The idea behind this, you are told, is transference, that the pestilence will move from your body into the flesh of the bird, that heat will attract heat, that the energy of the disease will be absorbed by something recently living, and therefore more attractive to illness. It is the medieval version of setting a decoy on fire so the enemy shoots at the wrong target. You lie there, still and unblinking, while your new pigeon friend soaks up your symptoms. There is no scientific explanation, but there is confidence, a lot of confidence, which in medieval times is as good as evidence. The healer checks your pulse, nods. The pigeon has done its job. You ask quietly what happens to the pigeon now. The answer depends. Some bury it, some burn it, some, disturbingly, use parts of it in other remedies. You pretend not to hear that last one. You are doing your best to be respectful, but your modern immune system is sending signals of confusion. It is doing paperwork behind your eyes. There is a pigeon on your body. There are herbs in the air. Somewhere in the distance, a chicken clucks with judgment. In some recipes, the bird is not applied whole, but rendered down into parts. Pigeon fat for warmth, pigeon blood for vigour, pigeon droppings for certain salves you wish you never learned about. It is deeply holistic. Nothing wasted. Every part of the bird is invited to the healing party, whether it wants to come or not. The healer offers you something to drink, something bitter, in a chipped wooden cup with floating bits you do not investigate. You drink it politely while the pigeon is removed and placed aside with gentle ceremony. You feel lightheaded, which could be healing, or plague, or dehydration, or just the crushing realization that at least 3 birds have now been involved in your health plan today, and not one of them asked for your consent. You sit up slowly. The healer offers a blessing. The assistant gathers feathers. Someone else lights more herbs. You look around and realize you have stopped questioning the process. Somewhere along the line, you accepted that this is the system, that birds are medicine, that feathers are fate. And just when you think you have reached the peak of symbolic healing, someone offers a new idea, something personal, something portable, a protective charm. Because when birds and smoke and prayers are not enough, you may want to wear your luck. Now the cure becomes portable. You are given a small bundle to wear. Maybe herbs, maybe a prayer, maybe a scrap of writing sealed tight. It sits against your skin like a tiny promise. The idea is that words and objects can defend you, like a medieval firewall. People hang charms in homes, carry them in pockets, and pin them to clothing. It is comforting in its own way, even if you suspect it works mostly by making people feel less helpless. And honestly, feeling less helpless is nothing. Still, The medieval world does not stop at amulets. It escalates. Sometimes the charm includes a very unexpected ingredient, a toad. But first, your current amulet. It is presented with a level of gravity usually reserved for wedding rings or ancient scrolls. The healer hands it to you on a piece of linen, careful not to touch it too much, because that might weaken the charm. You hold it in your palm. It smells faintly of dried lavender, beeswax, and possibly goat. You are told not to open it. The magic works better sealed. You nod solemnly, like you understand this logic, and try not to imagine the thing unravelling in your sleep and summoning medieval malware directly into your dreams. Some amulets contain written prayers, sometimes in Latin, sometimes in a local dialect, sometimes in handwriting so shaky it looks like the scribe was being jostled by a mild earthquake. The more exotic the script, the stronger the protection. One charm reads like a poem. Another is just the word health, repeated over and over in fading ink. You wonder if that counts as intention. You wonder if this is all just medieval manifesting, but then again so is half of modern wellness. Others include little objects, a sliver of bone, a bead, a tooth. Something that once belonged to something else and now belongs to hope. You tie the amulet around your neck and try to walk naturally, like you're not wearing a magical backpack for your soul. No one else seems fazed. A passing monk has 4 amulets, a belt of herbs, and a feather tied to his shoe. You begin to feel underdressed. People believe deeply in the power of these things. You see them pressed into dying hands. You see them hung over cribs and thresholds. You see someone whispering to their charm like it is an old friend. When medicine fails, faith steps in, wearing a tiny cloth pouch and muttering softly in Latin. And for many this is enough. The plague cannot be seen, named, or punched, but it can be warded off, at least symbolically, with the right combination of items and optimism. At night you lie back and feel the charm on your chest. You are not sure if it is helping, but it feels like armour. It feels like effort. It feels like someone tried, and that is not nothing. Then someone brings out a charm with different energy. It smells stronger, looks lumpier. There is something inside that shifts when it moves. The healer says it is powerful. You ask what is in it. They say, a toad. You sit up very slowly. You ask again, because surely you misheard. They smile. No, it is a toad. Dried, sometimes worn whole, sometimes stitched into a little sack. It works, they say, because it is hideous, and the plague is afraid of competition. You decide to investigate this claim very carefully, because if you are going to wear a toad, you would like to meet him first. Toads have a starring role in some later medieval and early modern plague lore and charm traditions, and the logic is both gross and poetic. A toad is associated with poison, with earth, with absorbing badness. So people imagine it can pull sickness out of you like a living filter. You hear talk of dried toads, toad-based preparations, and the general idea that the uglier the ingredient, the stronger the magic. You do not feel comforted. You feel judged by biology. And while you are processing the toad situation, someone says there is a cleaner method. Vinegar. You are shown a pouch. Inside it, something with the unmistakable lumpiness of a taxidermy experiment that went emotionally wrong. It is a dried toad, stitched shut with thread that may or may not be hair. You're told this amulet is powerful. You're told it has been blessed. You are told it will work. The healer speaks with such confidence that you begin to doubt your own memory of science class. You are also told not to ask where the toad came from. You do not. Some versions of the toad cure involve placing the dried toad directly on the chest or abdomen, binding it with cloth, and waiting. Just waiting. The idea is that the toad, being a creature of the earth, will naturally draw poison downward and into itself. It does not scream because it is dead. But emotionally, you feel like it might. You lie still, deeply aware of the fact that a former swamp creature is now your bodyguard. Other preparations are somehow worse. There are salves made with powdered toad. There are tonics that include toad gall or toad ash, which sounds like a wizard's insult but is unfortunately very real. You sip something that tastes like betrayal and smell something that feels like a dare. Your stomach files a complaint. Your modern immune system hides in a corner, humming softly to itself. You wonder, not for the first time, how anyone survived this century. But you also start to see the reasoning. If something is repulsive, maybe it has the power to repel. If something is feared, maybe it can frighten sickness away. The logic is emotional, not chemical. The cure must be as intense as the disease, and nothing is more intense than strapping a desiccated toad to your sternum and hoping for the best. One practitioner even explains the toad's role in symbolic terms. The plague, they say, is a beast. The toad is also a beast, but one who lies in wait, who does not run, who absorbs. You blink slowly. You do not have the energy to argue with metaphors today. There are even folk tales of toads being worn live, held in little net bags, attached to belts, placed near the feet at night so they could slurp illness out through the soles. You imagine your Fitbit trying to count that as steps. You imagine explaining this to your doctor. You do not imagine it twice. The toad, despite all logic, becomes something you are oddly grateful for. It is absurd, it is grotesque, but so is plague. And in a world without clear answers, at least this one is specific. Do this. Wear this. Wait. You glance down at your new amphibian accessory. It is not blinking. Which is good. Probably. You breathe in through your nose and try to forget everything about what is currently pressed to your chest. But relief is fleeting in the medieval world. Because just when you think you cannot be surprised again, someone gently taps your shoulder and says they have another option. It is simple. It is cleansing. It is vinegar. Everywhere. On everything. Forever. Vinegar appears everywhere because it feels active. It stings. It smells sharp. It makes you believe it is doing something. People wash hands, wipe surfaces, and soak cloths, trusting that sourness can fight corruption. You breathe through a vinegar-soaked rag and feel like a salad that has gained consciousness. Still, compared to chickens and toads, vinegar is practically modern. You almost relax. Almost. Then a healer suggests a more fragrant strategy. Roses, herbs, and sweet smells that are supposed to protect your lungs from invisible danger. At first, vinegar seems reasonable, logical even. If something burns your nose and waters your eyes, it must be doing its job. You're handed a cloth that is thoroughly doused and told to tie it around your mouth. It drips. This is fine, they say. This is what protection smells like. You are now an olfactory warrior, armed with acetic acid and pure determination. Soon, you notice vinegar is not just a tool, it is a way of life. Bowls of it rest on windowsills like sour little sentries. Buckets lurk in corners, waiting for their moment. Sponges dangle from belts, soaked and swinging like sour-smelling pendants. Everyone is sniffing, Some people dab it on their temples. Others have developed a kind of casual vinegar baptism, a splash to the wrists, a rub to the neck, a small dramatic sigh. You're living in a world marinated for safety. You see a woman threading vinegar-soaked ribbon through her hair like a warrior princess of plague times. She walks with purpose. Children recoil from her, not because she is scary, but because she smells like ambition and pickling fluid. She nods at you in solidarity. You try to nod back without coughing. There is talk of vinegar not just cleansing the body but the mind. It clears away melancholy. It sharpens focus. It balances the humours. It may also help with bad dreams, wandering thoughts, and the occasional unwise romantic attachment. You're told to clean your shoes with vinegar, to rinse your coins, to dab your pillow. Some people clean their front doors with it, believing sourness repels sickness, or demons, or salesmen. No one is quite sure, but it is best to cover all possibilities. And then someone tells you about Four Thieves vinegar, the luxury model. Vinegar steeped with herbs like rosemary, sage, mint, and whatever else the local healer has not run out of. It is named after a story where four thieves rubbed themselves with the concoction and robbed plague victims without falling ill. You do not know whether this is inspiring or deeply offensive, but you are handed a vial anyway. The instructions are unclear, but the intention is obvious. Wear this, smell this, trust this. You dab it on your neck, your wrists, your temples. It feels cold and bracing and slightly unhinged. Your eyes sting. Your mouth fills with the taste of regret. You try to thank the healer, but the words come out as a polite choking noise. They nod with satisfaction. Yes, they say. It is working. And even though the logic is cloudy, the comfort is real. Vinegar is control. A small acidic ritual you can repeat when everything else feels too large. It becomes your safety blanket in liquid form, sharp, sour, and sacred. You are now mildly flammable but spiritually fortified. Of course, you are warned not to overdo it. One man drank half a cup and claimed to see angels. The angels told him to stop drinking vinegar. You choose to learn from his mistake and remain acidic only on the outside. As the sting fades and the scent lingers, someone offers a softer form of protection, a pouch of petals, a whisper of sweetness in a world that has been very sour. It is time for roses. Herbs are bundled, burned, steeped, carried, and rubbed into skin because plants are one of the few tools medieval people can actually control. Rosemary, sage, lavender, wormwood, garlic. Some are chosen for scent, some for taste, some because someone's grandmother swore by them during a bad winter and lived. You hold a little bundle and inhale, and it is oddly soothing, like aromatherapy with higher stakes. The town smells like a kitchen fighting for its life. And then someone points out the most trusted medical tool of all. Not a plant, not a bird, a calendar. The herbal world is strangely comforting. Unlike chickens, leeches, or cauterizing irons, herbs at least behave. They sit quietly. They smell nice. They do not scream. In a time when most treatments are intense or terrifying or both, holding a bunch of fragrant leaves feels like holding a polite hope. No biting, no burning, just a whisper of help from the garden. You are handed a cloth sachet, stuffed with dried herbs and tied with twine. You are told to keep it close to your face, especially when walking near other people. This is not just good etiquette. This is medicine. The logic is simple. If disease rides in on foul air, then sweet air is your bodyguard. People wear herbs around their necks. They line their windows with them. They hang them from beams and beds and belts. If a space has air in it, it probably has rosemary in it too. One woman carries a pouch of dried thyme sewn into her sleeve. Another has stuffed her shoes with mint to guard from illness rising up through the feet. You are not sure if that is a real danger or just creative foot hygiene. But no one here is taking chances. Children wear necklaces of garlic cloves and walk around like tiny apothecaries. The air smells like a monastery garden arguing with a butcher shop. A strong herbal breeze follows everyone. You pass a house that smells like boiled fennel and another that reeks of burnt sage. No one is quite sure which combination works, so they use all of them. You are starting to suspect that the town itself could be used to season soup. There is a rhythm to it. Boil, steep, rub, hang, repeat. You begin to memorize the combinations. Sage for the lungs, thyme for courage, garlic for everything. Always garlic. If it smells powerful enough to make someone leave the room, it is probably a cure. Someone tucks dried marjoram behind your ear like a kiss from a grandmother who believes strongly in preventative measures. Another person gives you a sprig of yarrow and winks, saying it keeps your spirit anchored. You are not sure what that means, but it sounds like something you want. One man swears by basil soaked in beer. Another ties rue to his belt and insists it once saved him from a nosebleed and a tax collector in the same week. You are beginning to suspect that half of medicine is smell and the other half is storytelling. But in the chaos of sickness and superstition, herbs give people something gentle to hold. Something ancient. Something that makes you feel like maybe the world still has a few soft edges. You even start developing preferences, a hint of rosemary over lavender, a dash of mint to cut through the garlic, a bit of mugwort for mystery. You are becoming a connoisseur of medieval air, but herbs, for all their charm, are not the final word, because illness, you are told, has seasons, and the true expert on when to fear for your life is not a healer or a herb. It is a chart on a wall, a list of saints, the calendar knows. In medieval thought, the heavens matter. The positions of planets and stars are not just pretty, they are instructions. Certain days are good for bloodletting, certain moons are bad for surgery, and certain moments are ideal for doing nothing and blaming Mars. You are told your illness might be connected to the sky, which is both terrifying and strangely relatable, because modern people also blame the universe when they feel off. You check the night air, imagining Saturn judging you, and the astrologer nods solemnly and says, "Yes, this is the moment. It is time for a cleanse." Again, you're taken to someone described only as the learned one, which is never a comforting title. He carries scrolls under one arm and a slightly smug expression under his hood. He asks for your birth date, the time of your first symptom, and which side of the bed you sleep on during full moons. He mutters about Jupiter being in a stubborn house and Mercury doing something rude. You nod politely, as if any of this makes sense, while trying to remember if Mercury being in retrograde is still bad when it is also in Aries. You do not ask. You do not want to sound ignorant to someone who just made a diagnosis using the Big Dipper. The astrologer rolls out a star chart. It looks like a medieval pizza wheel covered in anxiety. He points to symbols with dramatic pauses. Here, he says, is where your spleen becomes emotionally vulnerable. Here is where Venus interferes with your digestion. And this circle here, this is the part where your liver feels judged by the moon. You nod again, mostly because there is incense burning, and you feel slightly lightheaded. It becomes clear that time matters more than symptoms. You might be bleeding from the nose, but if the moon is wrong, no leeches today. You might have a cough that sounds like a haunted bellows, but if Saturn is cranky, they will postpone your treatment until the planets behave. This is not neglect. This is celestial scheduling. You are told Mars governs blood and violence, so any aggressive treatment must avoid Martian days. The moon controls fluids, so if you are experiencing anything moist, the moon gets involved. Mercury is blamed for confusion, trembling, and probably that one time you forgot where you left your spoon. You find yourself thinking that astrology sounds less like medicine and more like a very detailed excuse chart. There is a chart called the Zodiac Man, where parts of the body are assigned to signs. Aries rules the head, Pisces rules the feet. You are shown this diagram and asked to consider if your current pain aligns with your astrological weak points. You try to explain that your shoulder just hurts because someone made you carry firewood and then drilled your skull. They nod wisely. Classic Taurus behavior. After much discussion, it is decided that your current symptoms are due to a bad conjunction between Venus and your humors. The stars are tense, your blood is spicy, and your stomach may be too aligned with Mars. A correction must be made, but not yet. First, you must wait for a better moon. Until then, you are advised to avoid conflict, don't overheat, and maybe sit near a fragrant herb bundle while drinking warm water, infused with rose petals and vague optimism. You do so partly because you are tired, and partly because this is the only doctor who has not suggested setting you on fire. You begin to wonder how people survived all this, and then you remember many did not. Still, there is something comforting in looking up and blaming Saturn. At least no one can argue with the sky. But even the stars are not the final authority, because while the planets may suggest a treatment, there is one force stronger than the heavens in medieval medicine, your body and what you feed it. You are reminded that the celestial map may influence fate, but balance begins at the table. Food is medicine in medieval life, and also a danger. Too much rich food can heat your body. Too much cold food can dampen you. Too much anything can ruin your balance. So you're advised to eat simple meals, avoid certain meats, and fast when sickness comes. It sounds almost healthy until you remember their idea of simple is often bread and thin broth, and not dying. You nibble your meal and think about modern diet trends. At least our influencers do not usually recommend leeches. Usually. Then the healer mentions something called a cordial, a drink for your heart. You quickly learn that everything you eat must be approved by the humors. If you are hot and dry, you must avoid hot and dry food. If you are cold and wet, no cucumbers for you. Bananas do not exist yet, but if they did, someone would write a pamphlet about their terrible influence on the spleen. You begin to miss snacks without consequences. Meals feel more like spiritual negotiations than nourishment. You are served warm wine because cold drinks might weaken your inner fire. Your bread is dry. Your soup is suspiciously thin and tastes like someone once thought about a carrot in its presence. Someone suggests you chew fennel seeds after eating to maintain your balance. You chew. You nod. You mourn the idea of dessert. Fasting is encouraged, not just for piety, but because emptying the body is considered spiritually and medically cleansing. At first, this sounds tolerable. Skip a few meals, cleanse the soul, reset the spleen, get back in sync with the stars and your stomach. But medieval fasting does not come with smoothies or cheat days. It comes with rules written by people who also think bloodletting is the height of logic. You hear about black fasts, which include no animal products, no pleasure, and sometimes no food at all. You try to participate and immediately feel like you are preparing for a duel with your own metabolism. The healer checks your pulse and tells you your body is calming down. Your stomach is less convinced. It makes noises that sound like a haunted cave system. Certain foods are assigned personalities. Onions are aggressive. Beans are gassy but grounding. Fish is cooling, unless it is salted, in which case it becomes drying, unless served with vinegar, in which case it might be holy. You're told that eels, while delicious, are too slippery for proper digestion. You decide to stop asking questions. Some days you're allowed meat, other days only lentils. On Fridays, no butter. On saints' days, no joy. And during certain fasts, no dairy, no eggs, and no coping mechanisms. You become very familiar with the texture of sadness wrapped in cabbage. Food is not just sustenance, it is diagnosis. If you crave pears, maybe your spleen is sulking. If you dream of garlic, maybe your bile is planning a rebellion. Hunger itself is suspect. Too little appetite means melancholy. Too much means corruption. A balanced eater is a balanced soul. You look at your piece of stale bread and try to radiate harmony. Still, there is something calming in the structure of it all. You eat slowly. You notice flavors. You learn to appreciate soup as a concept, even if it mostly tastes like disappointment and wet lint. And when you finish, you feel not full, but righteous. That, apparently, is the point. Then, just as your stomach begins composing a polite complaint letter to your brain, someone places a small cup in your hand. A drink for your heart, they say. A cordial, made of herbs, honey, spices, and faith. You're not sure what it will do, but at this point a little medieval cocktail sounds like emotional support in liquid form. Cordials are warm, spiced drinks meant to strengthen the heart and lift the spirit. Because medieval medicine takes your mood seriously, in a way that is almost sweet. Fear is seen as dangerous. Sadness is seen as physically harmful. A troubled mind can stir your humours into a soap opera, and no one wants that. So they want you cheerful, warm, and gently buzzed. You're told that laughter is medicine, but so is nutmeg steeped in wine. You sip something with honey and cinnamon, and maybe a little opiate, and you begin to understand why this was popular. It is calming. It is numbing. It is basically medieval self-care in a cup. No one calls it alcohol. They call it strengthening. They call it comforting. They say it will restore your vital spirits, like you're a haunted doll trying to get her groove back. These drinks come in bottles with embossed seals, wax stoppers, and the confident posture of something passed down from monks. Some are served hot. Some are aged in ceramic jugs the size of toddlers. Some are poured from crystal flasks that make you feel like a sick little duchess. They are made with herbs like angelica, cinnamon, anise, cardamom, and cloves, plus whatever was trending in plague diaries at the time. You take another sip and feel your limbs unwind like tired rope. It is sweet. Too sweet. But in a time when most food tastes like boiled leather or accidentally smoked dirt, this is a delight. Even if it is also a mild sedative, or a laxative, or both, you do not ask. The important thing is that someone looked at you and thought, what this person needs is to be swaddled in cloves and forget where they are for an hour. Cordials are offered for fainting, melancholy, fevers, palpitations, stomach trouble, night terrors, sudden weeping, marital disappointment, and the general feeling of being too aware of your own mortality. There is a cordial for heartbreak, a cordial for headaches, a cordial for when your neighbour's goat has been staring at you wrong. Every household has a recipe. Some include rosewater and dried citrus peel. Some are thick with honey. One has powdered unicorn horn. You're assured it is symbolic. Probably. The dosage is up to you. Some people sip reverently, like it's church. Others drink like they're trying to erase a memory. You begin to suspect that many ailments in this century are not so much cured as kindly muffled. The cordial does not fix your problem. It just makes the problem feel like it belongs to someone across the room. There is even a theory that cordials bring harmony to your humours, that they warm the cold, cool the hot, cheer the melancholic, and charm the phlegmatic. That they tell your insides gently but firmly to behave. You have questions, many questions, but the cordial is already doing its job, which is to take those questions and tuck them into bed. You sit quietly in a low wooden chair, wrapped in a wool blanket that smells like lavender and medieval laundry. Your heartbeat is slow and syrupy. A woman nearby is having her pulse checked while telling a story about a duck. Somewhere in the next room, someone sneezes in Latin. You feel like a half-melted candle in a very cosy crypt. And then someone leans in. They have that look. The look that says, "What I am about to tell you is normal here, but not where you came from." They mention something rare, ancient, a cure not made from herbs or wine, a cure made from the human body. Yes, really. By the later medieval period, and especially into the centuries after, some European remedies included substances called mumia, connected at first to medicinal bitumen and later to something far more theatrical and disturbing, powdered human remains. Specifically, powdered Egyptian mummies. The logic is grim but simple. If something lasted for 1,000 years, it must contain power, strength, endurance, durability and spice form. So people believed that consuming it could pass some of that fortitude onto them. Like borrowing toughness from a corpse that had done the hard work of staying intact. You do not feel tougher. You feel like you need a moral rinse. But there is no time for reflection because the jar has arrived. It is unremarkable at first glance, just a squat container sealed with wax and mystery. But when opened, it releases a smell that can only be described as ancient and judgmental. Dust, cloves, wood smoke, maybe a little camel stable, and something that feels like it should stay buried. The room falls respectfully silent. You are told this is high-quality mumia, carefully sourced, authenticated by someone with a beard and confidence. The powder is passed reverently from hand to hand, like a holy object or a cursed seasoning. You try not to think about who this used to be. You try not to think about how many people had to agree this was a good idea. There is a long explanation about the curative properties: headaches, bleeding, coughs, weakness, melancholy, general lack of pep. The list grows, as it always does, until you are wondering if this powder will also fix your debt and your relationship with your father. In its final form, mumia is ground fine and mixed with honey, wine, or egg white, sometimes applied to wounds, sometimes taken internally, sometimes both, just to make sure. You're handed a cordial with a little of the powder stirred in, and you sip it cautiously. It coats your mouth with the unmistakable flavour of regret and dusty basement. The people around you nod. You have done something noble, or at least expensive. You're assured it was used by kings and noblemen, which raises new questions. Was this really medicine, or just a flex? A way to say, look what I can afford to swallow. Some recipes are real, mummy. Some are just flavoured pitch. Some are fake entirely, made from crushed bark or resin with a good story. Honestly, you are not sure which is worse. The real deal is morally upsetting. The fake stuff is still somehow disappointing. The truth is, mumia is not just a treatment. It is a conclusion. A final act in the long performance of medieval medical logic. If plants do not work, try animals. If animals do not work, try saints. If saints disappoint, try toads, stars, or smoke. And if none of that helps, eat a preserved human, preferably one with a nice backstory. It is healing as narrative, health as myth. You are less a patient now than a participant in a centuries-long improv game no one is quite sure how to end. And yet, even as you consider faking your own death to avoid another dose, you feel something close to awe, not healing, not peace, just the quiet shock of realizing that people really did this, and meant it, and charged extra. You stand up feeling dusty on the inside. You are ready to say goodbye to medieval medicine. But the apothecary leans closer, eyes twinkling. He has one more option for you. A universal cure. Again, just in case. In a world without modern testing, a cure that promises a lot becomes a kind of comfort object. You see it in the way people talk, the way they buy, the way they share tips like secret hacks whispered over fences or market stalls. Someone insists this powder works for fever, swelling, sadness, and bad dreams. Someone else swears by a syrup that cured their uncle's cough, their aunt's foot rash, and also improved the harvest. You nod politely, because arguing is tiring, and you are low on blood. You're shown yet another remedy, wrapped in waxed cloth and reverence. It smells like dust and cloves and marketing. The seller tells you it was blessed by a monk, stirred by a widow, aged in moonlight, and stored in a box made from reclaimed virtue. You are told it is strong, too strong maybe, so just a pinch, but also take it regularly, or as needed, or not at all. It depends. You begin to suspect that what matters most is not the substance, but the story. Each remedy has a story. This one saved a bishop. That one calmed a goat. Another is good for women, men, and horses. Someone swears by a yellow tincture once used on a king's finger. Someone else claims a blue stone once cooled a dog so thoroughly it never barked again. You hear tales of miracle herbs that glow in moonlight and waters blessed by passing birds. No one knows what is in them, and it does not seem to matter. The magic is a possibility. That maybe this time the cure will stick. That maybe this time you will not need another one. You sip a cordial while someone rubs a waxy balm onto your temples. You chew a leaf you were told not to swallow and spit out a seed into a spoon blessed by someone's aunt. The logic is not in the ingredients. It is in the layering, the stacking of hope, like wrapping your illness in soft cloth until it decides to give up and leave. At some point you're handed a charm, a cordial, and a powder all at once. You take them like a polite guest collecting souvenirs from a very specific fever dream, and with each offering comes a look, a hopeful look, as if healing might depend not just on taking the cure, but believing in the person who gave it to you, as if being seen, touched, remembered, and cared for is part of the treatment plan, and perhaps it is. You start to feel the soft weight of exhaustion, not just from sickness, but from constant treatment. From being told to cheer up, purge, bleed, sniff, bathe, pray, sweat, fast, sip, rub, burn, chant, balance your internal soup while walking backwards under a hopeful moon. The human body was never meant to host this many experiments in one lifetime. You lie down. Not because anyone told you to, but because gravity has opinions. Your limbs are holding a kind of memory that medicine cannot touch. Your breath is steady but cautious, like it is waiting to see what comes next. After all the jars, blades, birds, stars and smoke, you find yourself with the most human medicine of all. A fire crackling, a blanket pulled up, a friend or family member sitting nearby, telling you to breathe slowly and not give up. Medieval people had many cures that missed the mark, but they also had care. They brought broths, they kept watch, they shared prayers and stories, they tried. Even when the theory was wrong, the effort was real. They did not always understand what caused sickness, but they understood what it looked like. A face pale with fever, a body too tired to sit up, eyes that could not focus, and so they leaned on the tools they did have. They warmed bricks in the fire and wrapped them in cloth to tuck near your feet. They sang familiar hymns, or recited stories they half remembered, or just held your hand and watched for signs that you might wake. They adjusted pillows with the tenderness of someone placing hope in cotton. They dipped cloth into cool water and laid it across your brow with the gravity of a sacred rite. They sat up through the night even when nothing could be done, because something could still be felt, that you mattered, that someone stayed. There were no beeping machines, no charts, no fluorescent lights, just the slow, imperfect rhythm of human care. It was not flashy. It did not promise instant results. It would never make it onto the shelf next to powdered Viper or Saint Sweat syrup. But it lasted. Sometimes longer than the patient. Sometimes through generations. When someone recovered, they credited the theriac or the charm or the saint. But often, it was soup and sleep and being watched over by someone who remembered your favourite lullaby. It was the cousin who sat beside your bed chewing garlic so the plague wouldn't choose them next. It was the mother who fasted for your sake, the neighbour who came in with a jug of clean water and no expectations. There is something ancient in that kind of presence, something quietly radical. Because in a time when sickness was terrifying and often misunderstood, showing up was brave. Holding someone's hand was defiance against the darkness. Every blanket tucked in was a line of defence. Every whispered story was a way to keep the soul anchored to the body a little longer. So you lie still now, listening to the creak of the cottage, the shifting logs in the fire, the soft breathing of someone who refuses to leave your side. No more jars, no more syrups. Just stillness, just being allowed to rest without being asked to bleed, purge, or swallow something that smells like old leather and regret. And for the first time you feel the faint flicker of strength returning, not dramatic, not a miracle, just a little less pain, a little more calm, the kind that creeps in quietly when no one is demanding anything from you. The kind that comes when someone believes you are still worth caring for, even when the cures have run out. Maybe this was always the true medicine, not the herbs, not the relics, not the ritual drilling or incense smoke, but the warmth of another human being saying, "You are not alone in this. You are here, and I am here, and that is enough for now." By the next morning, you're finally on the other side of it. Your body feels steadier, your mind clearer. You're not sick anymore. Maybe the remedy worked, maybe time did, maybe your body simply decided to be merciful for once. And then you hear it, cheering. Not the usual morning noise of work, but crowd noise, excited noise, a different rhythm rolling through the village. We leave the cures behind and step into a more fun part of the medieval times, the village tournament day, where medieval life stops being survival for a moment and becomes a spectacle, fun, loud, and fiercely competitive. Something smells like smoke and boiled onions, and someone is already shouting something about teams. Somehow they've put your name on the list. Good luck. The tournament doesn't begin with a trumpet or a flag, but with a loud argument about last year's mud wrestling scandal and a goat that keeps trying to bite you behind the knee. You hear a loud voice. No one knows what he's saying. Several chickens scatter and a man lights something on fire that shouldn't be. The games have begun. You're not even sure where to stand. A crowd has gathered in a crooked circle around what might be the tournament field, or possibly just someone's vegetable patch. The lines between official events and chaotic accidents are already blurry. One man in a tunic is selling pickled eggs from a bucket. Another is selling lucky chicken feathers that may or may not still be attached to the chickens. You're not from this village, which becomes obvious every time someone looks at your shoes and then whispers to their neighbour. The goat remains a problem. It has fixated on you with the blank intensity of something that knows what you did in a past life. It's not even a large goat, but it's unnaturally nimble and very committed to nibbling your limbs. You try to sidestep it. It sidesteps with you. You move behind a barrel. The goat climbs on the barrel. A child nearby points and laughs. In the centre of the chaos, the mayor stands atop an overturned washtub trying to give a speech. His hat is too big for his head, and his voice is too small for the crowd. You catch only fragments. Words like glory, tradition, and try not to kill anyone float through the air between shouts and livestock noises. The applause comes 5 seconds late and is mostly sarcastic. A man in a stained cloak approaches and informs you that you've been registered for multiple events. You inform him that you never signed up. He shrugs and hands you a wooden token anyway. It smells faintly of vinegar and terror. Someone behind you offers to trade you their event for yours in bladderball. You decline on instinct. Suddenly a bagpipe wails from somewhere behind a tent and startles the crowd into motion. A small parade begins. Children march with sticks. A woman waves a flag that looks suspiciously like a tablecloth. There are no musicians, only people humming different tunes while pretending they know the lyrics. One man twirls, trips, and lands directly on the goat. The goat is unfazed. You are swept into the mass of people moving toward the first competition. Someone hands you a small meat pie. Someone else steals it. A third person offers you a drink from a leather flask. You accept it without thinking. It tastes like something that used to be fruit and now wants revenge. The announcer yells the name of the first game, but it's swallowed by the crowd. You only catch the word ball and something that might have been violence. Then a large man throws his arms around you and yells, "Welcome to the team." You're not sure what team this is. You're not sure what sport this is. But now you're jogging across a field with 30 other people, some of whom are already bleeding. The goat is following you. You hear someone shout for a ball to be brought out. What arrives looks less like a ball and more like a curse in spherical form. It is leathery, swollen, and definitely used. You're told to run, because next up is the game of pig bladder ball, and it is not going to be gentle. You are forced into a game that is 1/3 soccer, 1/3 riot, and 1/3 bad idea. The ball is a pig bladder. The field is the village. The goal is unclear. People shove, trip, scream and dive with the full force of someone trying to impress their ex. You last 3 minutes before you are tackled into a cabbage cart. You come up gasping, clutching something green and wet. It is not your dignity. The pig bladder ball sails overhead as 10 men scream and run in the opposite direction, chasing it like it owes them money. You try to stand, but the cabbage juice has turned the ground into a slippery vegetable trap. A cart driver shouts something unintelligible in your direction, probably wishing you ill. You crawl out with the grace of a damp earthworm and rejoin the game, mostly by accident. There are no boundaries. The game spills through courtyards, side alleys, doorways, and once, dramatically, through someone's kitchen. The ball flies into shops and then out again, chased by men wielding sticks and single brain cells. It crashes through a wedding ceremony, knocks over a tiered pudding, and is briefly blessed by a confused priest before continuing its reign of chaos. At one point it lands in a soup pot and the entire midfield dives in after it. Someone emerges with the ball. Someone else emerges with scalding soup burns. Nobody wins. You witness a man trip over a chicken, land on a bucket, and get cheered as if he scored something. It is unclear what counts as points, but people are definitely keeping score based entirely on volume. A woman rings a bell every time someone falls down. You don't know why. You fall again just to test it. She rings it. You feel strangely proud. There are positions in the game, allegedly. You are what they call a floater, which seems to mean being tackled by strangers from both teams equally. The ball is light and bouncy, like a balloon made of regret and poor decisions. Every time someone kicks it, it changes direction. Every time you think you understand what's happening, a man in a vest made of spoons screams left flank, and you get hit in the ribs. You try to kick the ball once. You miss and hit someone's shin. They fall dramatically, clutching their leg and accuse you of sorcery. A man with a wooden spoon declares you disqualified for breathing too hard. Someone else immediately reinstates you after sniffing your armpit and nodding solemnly. You do not ask questions. The goat appears again, watching from the sidelines with eerie judgment, chewing on what might be your sleeve. Midway through the match, the ball vanishes completely. There is a full minute of confused running, tackling, shouting, and what might be interpretive dance before someone realizes a small child has picked it up and is using it as a hat. The child is declared the interim champion and then bribed with a pie to give it back. You are tackled 3 more times by the same person who keeps calling you Jeff. That is not your name. Eventually you give up correcting him. You are Jeff now. Jeff who can't stay on his feet and smells faintly of turnips. The crowd loves you. You are cheered for falling, booed for standing, and celebrated when you accidentally headbutt someone into a fountain. You begin to understand the rules. There are none. Spectators are not safe either. One woman catches the ball and runs with it, screaming for her freedom. A man in a cloak tackles her into a turnip stall. The stall owner demands payment in the form of eggs. No one has eggs. An argument begins about bartering with pickles. You use the distraction to sit down behind a barrel and quietly reconsider your life choices. The game ends when the ball finally explodes. Literally explodes. Someone kicked it too hard and it bursts mid-air with a noise like a wet sneeze and a puff of questionable gas. There is silence. Then wild applause. You're declared a valiant floater and given half a meat pie and a handshake that smells like fermented onions. You can't feel your legs, but your spirit is violently awake. You think the worst is over. Then someone hands you a lance and points at a horse. Jousting is about to begin. The crowd gathers for jousting. which is essentially two armoured men riding full speed at each other with long wooden poles and decades of emotional repression. The first match ends in a flying lance, a dented helmet, and a dispute over whether the horse or the rider crossed the line first. Everyone claps politely as someone is carried away. You're seated on a wobbly bench that may once have been a door. The crowd around you murmurs with a mixture of reverence and bloodlust. Vendors walk by selling roasted apples, pickled turnips, and something described only as meatish. Someone offers you a betting slip and asks if you want to wager your boots. You politely decline. You do not trust these people with your boots. You do not even trust them with gravity. In the centre of the field, two knights prepare. Their armour is less shining and more dented, with scratches that suggest this is not their first attempt at unprovoked impact. One wears a faded red plume and what looks like half a curtain for a cape. The other wears black and glares like a man whose therapist told him to journal, and instead he picked up a lance. The horses are the only sane ones here. One of them sighs deeply. The other eyes the crowd like it's preparing an exit strategy. Both know what is about to happen is very stupid. The horn sounds, the two riders charge, lances raised. The ground shakes beneath their hooves. The crowd holds its breath, and then the two men collide like angry shopping carts. One lance splinters dramatically, the other misses completely and embeds itself into a nearby ale barrel, which begins to leak joyously into the grass. The knight in red is knocked backwards. Not just off the horse, he sails briefly through the air and lands in what might once have been a shrub. He gives a thumbs up. The crowd cheers. He does not get up. The black-clad knight is declared the winner and immediately begins flexing for the audience. He removes his helmet, revealing a haircut that implies bad decisions and possibly a loot addiction. Someone throws a flower, someone else throws a small onion. Both are caught with style. Now it is your turn. You are told this is an audience participation round. You argue. They ignore you. Within minutes you are being strapped into a set of armour that smells like wet coins and inherited trauma. The helmet is too big, the gloves are too small, the horse looks at you and exhales in a way that suggests deep disappointment. You are handed a lance. It is heavy, it is splintery. You are assured it is probably safe. A child throws you a thumbs up. A man offers to pray for you. The horn sounds before you can say no. The horse starts moving, slowly, with reluctance, like it has done this before and does not support your life choices. You wobble in the saddle, squinting through the helmet's slit as your opponent approaches. You cannot see clearly. You cannot breathe easily. You're riding a half-ton beast while holding a giant stick and screaming internally. The moment of impact arrives, except you miss entirely. Your lance scrapes past the other rider. His lance whacks your helmet with the subtlety of a frying pan. Your ears ring. Your balance shifts. You slide off the horse sideways like a sack of regret. The crowd gasps, then cheers. A monk waves a flag. A drunk man offers you a radish. You are declared most graceful dismount and awarded a commemorative splinter. As you're helped off the field, someone pats your back and says, "You did better than Jeff last year." You don't ask who Jeff was. You suspect he was buried in this very field. You're returned to the sidelines and given a mead-soaked cloth for your face. Then someone shouts for the pig to be released. That's not a metaphor. The next game is about to begin. The rules are simple. Catch the pig. You won't catch the pig. Nobody catches the pig. Covered in something oily and furious, the pig slides between legs, knocks over children, and somehow ends up on a roof. A man dives for it and lands in a trough. You give up and pretend you were just spectating. It all starts when a farmer in a hat made of chicken feathers appears in the middle of the field, holding a squealing, glistening piglet. He announces in a voice louder than necessary that this pig is named Lady Gwendolen and that she's been greased with a family recipe. No one asks what the recipe is. You do not want to know. You assume it involves at least one type of fat and possibly something fermented. The smell confirms it. Children cheer. Grown men stretch dramatically. One elderly woman removes her shawl and begins limbering up with the focus of a retired gladiator. You are gently pushed toward the group of contestants before you can explain that you have a deeply rooted fear of farm animals with ambition. Someone ties a ribbon around your arm and tells you that means you're Team Violet. You don't see any other team colours, which means this is either symbolic or a prank. The pig is placed on the ground. There is a tense silence. Then a horn sounds, the crowd roars, and the pig immediately bolts like it has seen the face of God and disagreed with it. You sprint after it on instinct, elbows flying, boots slipping. Within seconds you lose a shoe and most of your remaining self-respect. Lady Gwendolen is a blur. She shoots under carts, between legs, over baskets, and somehow scales a stack of firewood like a four-legged squirrel. Someone tries to grab her and ends up hugging another man. Someone else tries to block her path with a laundry basket. She jumps over it and bites the corner of his tunic on the way by. You attempt a tactical dive. It is not tactical. You land flat on your chest in what appears to be a puddle of ale, horse spit, and medieval regret. A man runs past you, slips, and slides directly into a group of jugglers. The jugglers do not break formation. True professionals. A child nearly catches the pig but is distracted by a dropped pie. The pig leaps over him and vanishes behind a barrel. You follow, breathless, only to discover she's somehow climbed onto the roof of a small food stall. How she got up there is a mystery. How she gets down is by launching herself directly into a basket of apples and continuing without pause. A legend. At one point the pig runs straight through the crowd and into a church. A bell rings. The priest runs out, waving his arms and yelling about unholy beasts. The pig returns, completely unbothered, now wearing a bit of curtain around her neck like a cape. Eventually the contestants begin to drop off one by one. Some give up. Some are limping. One man is still chasing a different pig entirely and has not noticed. You're on all fours behind a turnip stand, panting, when you hear someone shout that Lady Gwendolen has made it back to the pen voluntarily. She ends the game by walking calmly back into her enclosure and immediately lying down, triumphant. She is given a plum. She deserves it. You are declared a participant of notable spirit, and handed a small badge made of yarn and questionable intent. Your legs ache. Your elbows are bruised. Your pride has left your body entirely. But the pig lives on, oily and undefeated. Then the bell rings again. Archery is starting, and the targets are much closer to the tavern than they should be. A line of archers takes aim at wooden targets. Unfortunately, they're near the tavern. One misses and hits a hay cart. Another hits a cow. A third aims directly at a pigeon, and instead takes out someone's dinner plate. The smell of smoke wafts over. Someone applauds. It's unclear if they hit the target or just gave up. You arrive just in time to see a man fire an arrow into the side of a passing wheelbarrow. He cheers as if this was intentional. The man pushing the wheelbarrow does not. The archery range consists of several makeshift targets made from barrels, worn-out shields, and one upside-down door with the word "Nope" painted across it. The targets are swaying slightly in the breeze, which is being blamed for everything except the archer's skill. A dozen competitors stand in a crooked row, all at varying levels of confidence. Some wear gloves, some don't. One man uses a bow the size of a small tree branch and insists it was a gift from a druid. A woman with 6 arrows tucked into her hair mutters encouragement to her bow like it's a nervous child. The rules are shouted by an official who may or may not be sober. He has a clipboard. It's unclear why. The tavern sits directly behind the targets, as if daring fate to intervene. Someone has placed a barrel of mead dangerously close to the firing line. Someone else has parked a cart of straw beside it, and in the corner a bard with a harp is providing live commentary in rhyme, which helps no one and confuses most. Your name is suddenly called. You protest, but the bow is already being shoved into your hands. It smells like moss and effort. You're told to aim for the centre of the barrel. You can barely see the barrel. A child offers to hold your elbow for luck. You decline. The goat from earlier appears and bleats disapprovingly. You draw the bowstring back. It creaks ominously. You let the arrow fly. It sails majestically through the air, over the barrel, over the fence, and directly into a sack of flour outside the bakery. A white puff explodes upward. There is a brief silence. Then a baker runs out covered in flour and fury. You are politely disqualified for aesthetic disruption. Back at the line, someone attempts a trick shot by spinning in a circle first. The result is predictable and slightly bloody. Another archer fires his arrow into the sky. Nobody moves. Everyone just stares upward and waits. It comes down 10 seconds later into someone's hat. The hat survives. The pride does not. Then come the flaming arrows. This was not part of the original plan. A man with a confident smile and a bucket of pitch lights the tips of 3 arrows and yells something about tradition. He fires the first one directly into the tavern's hanging sign. The second one hits a barrel. The third, well, no one is entirely sure. But a thin trail of smoke begins to rise from behind a curtain. Shouts of fire go up. Someone throws a flagon of ale at it, which mostly just makes the fire drunk. Panic ensues. A group of villagers runs for buckets. One man removes his shirt and starts flapping it wildly. Another tries to reason with the fire like it's a disappointed relative. Eventually the flames are put out using a combination of dirt, beer, and threats. Surprisingly, the archery contest continues. You're given a consolation ribbon shaped like a bow. The goat tries to eat it. You let it. You've earned that much. As the field is cleared, the next event is announced. Wrestling. You are volunteered for the wrestling match. It takes place in a pit filled with water, dirt, and a thick layer of something suspiciously warm. Your opponent is named Garth and appears to be carved from cheese and rage. You lose before it begins. Someone throws you a towel. It's wet. The pit is less a regulation arena and more a glorified puddle with commitment issues. The mud is the wrong colour, a shade between gravy and regret. Steam rises from it gently, unnaturally, as if someone buried a kettle underneath for ambiance. A small sign reads, "No biting unless mutually agreed upon." You wonder briefly what life decisions brought you here, but it's too late. You've already taken your shoes off. Garth stands across from you, shirtless, flexing in a way that makes your shoulders flinch. His beard has its own weather system. His arms are the size of overconfident hams. A chant begins from the crowd. It is unclear whether they are cheering for you or demanding your swift defeat. A child points at you and says, "That one's going down." You nod in agreement. You step into the mud. It clings to you immediately, reaching up your legs like it wants to keep you forever. The texture is both lumpy and slick, the worst of both worlds. Your foot sinks. You try to lift it. It makes a sound like a soup giving up. Across the pit, Garth cracks his neck so loudly that 3 pigeons fly away. You assume this is not his first time. The referee is a man with 1 boot and a very loud bell. He explains the rules using hand gestures and ambiguous grunts. You catch phrases like 3 points for style, no poking, and the goat is not a legal weapon. You do not understand, but neither does anyone else. The bell rings. Your body is in the mud. You're not sure how you got there. You think you may have levitated for a moment. You're upside down and sideways. Someone in the crowd cheers. You think it's sarcastic. The mud seeps into places that should never experience nature. You feel older now, wiser, softer in the knees. You struggle upright and attempt a counter-move that involves vaguely lunging and hoping for divine intervention. Garth catches you mid-air like a bag of slightly damp flour and gently places you back in the mud with the elegance of a disappointed father at a church picnic. You try to grab his arm. It's like gripping a very greasy log. The crowd is delighted. Someone starts singing a ballad about your defeat in real time. You hear lyrics that include the words slippery and limp. A woman tosses you a flower. It hits you in the eye. Eventually, through a series of movements best described as undignified thrashing, you manage to tangle Garth's legs. He falls. The earth trembles. The goat, watching from the sidelines, bleats in surprise. You seize your moment and sit on Garth's back. He does not seem to notice. You are declared the winner purely because Garth got distracted by a meat pie someone waved near the pit. They hoist your arm in the air. You're covered in mud, glory, and something that smells faintly like onions. You are given a celebratory rag that someone claims is a towel. It is not dry. It is not clean, but it is yours. You limp away from the pit with the wobble of someone who just learned what their spine tastes like. A man pats your back and says, "You've earned a place in the feast tonight." You nod. It's time for the next event. A chained bear is brought out while a flute plays something disturbingly upbeat. Several dogs are released. You think this is awful until the bear stands up and chases a nobleman into a pastry stall. Somehow, this is considered peak entertainment. You try not to make eye contact with the bear or the flute. The whole thing starts with a trumpet made from something that might once have been a goat. The sound it makes is halfway between a honk and a nervous cough. A crowd gathers immediately, sensing violence or free snacks, or ideally both. Children perch on barrels. Old women unfold rickety stools with the grim focus of seasoned spectators. A vendor walks by selling festival sausages that smell like salted glue and existential risk. Someone asks if the tavern's still on fire. Nobody answers. You hear the words halftime entertainment, and your heart sinks a little. You've already seen a man eat a lit candle and a juggler get hit with an arrow. How much worse could it get? Enter Princess Mildred. The bear arrives with great ceremony, which is to say a man yells "bear" and promptly sprints off stage. Princess Mildred is enormous, covered in patchy fur, dried honey and contempt. Her eyes have seen things. A chain dangles loosely from her neck, attached to a wooden stake that looks like it was designed by someone who has never met physics. Her handler has 1 eye, 2 teeth, and a voice like spoiled gravy. He waves to the crowd and yells something about nature's elegance before tripping over a lute and disappearing behind a hay bale. The bear remains. Then the flute begins, an aggressively upbeat tune, like the background music of a bar brawl in a children's puppet show. It's deeply unsettling. Just as you're beginning to wonder who wrote this score, they release the dogs. Not one or two dogs, a tactical swarm. At least 6 of them charge into the arena, barking, leaping, chasing tails, and thoroughly misjudging the situation. The bear blinks. One dog nips at her foot. She responds by rolling onto her back and flattening it like a pancake. The crowd cheers. You are appalled. No one else is. A man beside you is taking bets using dried beans as currency. Another shouts, "Put the juggler in next," and is not joking. The dogs are now running in circles, unsure whether they're in a fight or an interpretive dance. Princess Mildred casually swats one into a bucket. Then comes the moment. The bear rises to her full height, looming like a furry cathedral. The crowd gasps. A nobleman in a velvet doublet holding a plum tart the size of his head waves nervously. Mildred locks eyes with him, calmly rips the stake from the ground like a carrot, and barrels directly toward him. What follows is chaos wrapped in powdered sugar. The nobleman screams, the tart flies, people scatter like spilled beans. The bear crashes into the pastry stall with a sound like thunder and regret. Trays go flying. Eclairs achieve altitude. You catch a glimpse of the nobleman crawling beneath a trestle table, while a baker tries to defend him with a baguette. The bear emerges with an entire pie in her mouth, and the energy of someone who has just declared war on cutlery. Through it all, the flute does not stop playing. Eventually, a team of 3 men with nets, a rope, and a very large carrot manage to subdue Mildred. She is bribed into stillness with the suspiciously chunky bowl of honey, while a priest sprinkles something that might be holy water. The nobleman is rescued, coated in jam and trauma. The dogs are now barking at a wooden sign. The crowd erupts in applause. A woman tosses a turnip at the bear, misses and hits a juggler. The flute player takes a bow and immediately steps into a bucket. A child declares it the best show ever, and you are deeply worried for their future. Someone points toward a nearby hill, lifts a wheel of cheese, and the mood shifts from fear to reckless enthusiasm. The wheel of hard cheese is pushed down a steep hill. You and 10 others chase after it. The ground is uneven. Your legs betray you. It begins, like all terrible ideas, with someone yelling the word tradition and a drum roll on a bucket. A local official in a hat too large for his head solemnly holds up the cheese as if presenting a newborn. It is enormous, dense, potentially weaponized. You're told it is aged 3 years and considered sacred. You're also told it must be chaste. The connection between these 2 facts is never explained. You're lined up at the top of the hill alongside 10 other victims. Sorry, competitors. Some are barefoot. One is already bleeding. A man next to you mutters a prayer. Another tightens his belt like he's about to invade Normandy. A woman in a flower crown is stretching like this is a formal athletic event. Someone is holding a roasted chicken leg like a baton. You, meanwhile, are trying to mentally calculate how many teeth you're willing to lose for dairy-based glory. Then the cheese is released. It does not roll. It escapes. It careens forward with the enthusiasm of a cannonball and the dignity of a flying brick. The crowd roars. The line of runners stumbles forward like poorly trained ducks, and you are swept along with them. Gravity takes control. Your feet make decisions without you. The hill is not kind. It is patchy and unpredictable, with sudden dips, rocks the size of your self-doubt, and grass that becomes suspiciously slippery right where your balance gives out. You flail. You yell. You perform a mid-air somersault that is applauded by a child and deeply regretted by your spine. A woman screams something about her ankles. A man near you hits the ground and just rolls with it, muttering something about fate. Someone rolls past you sideways. Someone else is upside down, screaming the word lunch. A man flips entirely over a cart, yells, "I'm fine," and immediately rolls into a goose. The goose takes this personally. It joins the race. Another runner appears to be crawling, like he's storming a trench, muttering cheese-based revenge oaths. You make it halfway down before physics decides you've had enough. Your foot catches on a turnip. You achieve momentary flight. There is a strange, serene silence. You have never felt closer to the sky. Then you crash through a picnic blanket, land in someone's bowl of soup, and knock over a small table. Peasants applaud. The person whose soup you've entered stares at you with quiet betrayal. A spoon bounces off your head. Meanwhile, the cheese is nowhere to be seen. Some say it veered into the woods. Others say it achieved sentience and escaped. One man claims it hit a monk and was last seen bouncing toward the monastery. Nobody checks. Everyone is too busy trying to count their toes and check their teeth. A donkey walks through the finish line and is given a ribbon by accident. Somehow you are declared the winner. You don't remember standing up. A garland of wilting flowers is placed on your head. Someone hands you a ribbon that says first. It smells like goat. A bard begins composing a ballad about your journey, but gets distracted halfway through and starts singing about bread instead. Someone throws you a celebratory apple. You miss it completely. You're invited to give a victory speech. You decline, mostly because your jaw doesn't work anymore. A child offers you a lukewarm cider in celebration. You nod politely and immediately spill it on your shirt. The prize? You guessed it. Cheese. But not the one you chased. That one is gone forever. Instead, you're handed a smaller wheel that looks suspiciously like someone's footstool. You hold it aloft anyway, because tradition. The crowd claps. A pigeon lands on your shoulder. You accept it as part of your new life. As you limp away from the hill, clutching your consolation cheese and questioning your life choices, the sound of splintering wood cuts through the celebration. You turn to see the clergy setting up an axe-throwing booth beside the mead tent. Nothing spells trust in God like the local clergy organising a competitive axe-throwing event next to the mead tent. The targets are barrels. The results are chaos. One axe hits a tree. One hits a boot. One hits a man who claims he's fine but is clearly not fine. You quietly back away. The archdeacon, in full ecclesiastical robes layered under a stained leather apron, stands beaming with pride beside a wobbling table stacked with axes. His vestments are flapping in the breeze. His grin says spiritual leadership. His eyes say controlled chaos. Next to him, a visibly nervous altar boy named Crispin is handing out weapons with the quiet urgency of someone who is aware this will not end well. A large painted sign reads, "He who strikes true shall receive divine favour." Beneath it, written in charcoal on a scrap of parchment, also a turnip. The line is long and made mostly of people who have recently exited the mead tent and are clearly hoping to re-enter with more dramatic stories. One man is hiccuping to the rhythm of his own internal song. Another is muttering tactics to his axe like it's a beloved warhorse. A woman in chainmail is telling the barrel, in a low and serious voice, that she knows its secrets. A child, possibly 8, clutches a scorebook and a quill as tall as himself, and appears to be making up numbers as he goes. You approach the altar of axe distribution and ask if there are any rules. Crispin blinks. The archdeacon says, "Just faith," which is not comforting. You nod slowly and hope for divine protection, or at least adequate distance from the other contestants. The first thrower steps up, spins dramatically, and releases an axe that sails with surprising grace into the dirt 2 feet in front of the target. The crowd erupts. The archdeacon yells, "Praise be." The second contestant is less graceful. Their axe ricochets off the ground, hits the barrel, and then lodges itself in the sign that says "No liability accepted." A third contestant hurls theirs so wildly it skims the edge of the mead tent, producing a scream and the sound of rapidly closing shutters. Then you're handed an axe. It is far heavier than expected and smells like it has both witnessed and caused emotional damage. You raise it with trembling arms. Your first attempt slips, drops straight onto your boot, and bounces away. The archdeacon gives you a sympathetic nod. You try again, this time managing a decent spin. The axe soars cleanly through the air, veers slightly left, and buries itself in the melon cart of a nearby vendor. The vendor does not blink. He simply drags the cart 1 pace to the right and continues slicing fruit. Back in the crowd, someone throws an axe so enthusiastically it somersaults high into the air and lands handle first like a divine signpost. A dog, possibly inspired, grabs another axe in its jaws and bolts through the crowd. Crispin chases it briefly, then gets stung by a bee and decides to lie down for a while. The volume of a contestant's battle cry seems directly proportional to how far off target their throw goes. One particularly confident man screams for the saints and spins himself in a circle before letting go. His axe lands in someone's lunch. A roast duck is tragically lost. A potato is not. The archdeacon, clearly pleased by the spectacle if not the outcomes, announces that the winner is whoever hit the fewest people and the most metaphorical truths. A woman who dropped her axe immediately upon receiving it is declared victorious. She receives a turnip, a hand-carved ribbon, and what is referred to as blessed enlightenment, though she mostly looks confused and slightly damp. Just as someone begins juggling 3 axes and the crowd begins backing away out of habit, one of the axes is thrown directly upward and vanishes into the sky. No one ever sees it land. Everyone agrees not to speak of it again. As you retreat from the axe booth with all your limbs miraculously intact, someone behind you yells the word race. Without warning, you are shoved into a burlap sack. A whistle blows. Everyone hops forward like intoxicated frogs. You fall instantly, roll, and accidentally trip the baker, the blacksmith, and a visiting merchant. You cross the finish line on your face. Someone hands you a pickle. Apparently that's the prize. It started, like most things today, with shouting, a goat-related distraction, and no consent. 1 minute you're watching a man try to convince his livestock to wear a festive hat, and the next your legs are stuffed into a coarse sack that smells like ancient potatoes and fear. Someone yells "Go!" and the field instantly erupts in a thundering mess of airborne elbows and cloth-clad knees. You try to rise, but your sack is twisted and your left foot has decided to unionize. You hop once. You fall. The ground meets your face like an old friend with boundary issues. You tumble directly into a goose who honks in moral outrage and tries to peck your ear. The crowd cheers. It is unclear who they're supporting. To your left, the blacksmith is moving like a man possessed by the spirit of vengeance and oats. He bounds forward with alarming force, bellowing something motivational that ends in a wheeze. Behind him, the baker is hopping like his rent depends on it, swearing about flour rations and losing his hat. The merchant from Flanders is weeping quietly and has somehow achieved second place. You right yourself and attempt a controlled hop. The sack is too long. Your knees bang together with every movement. The ground is wet. The air smells like sweat, cabbage, and crushed dreams. You make it 5 feet before a child wearing a sash labelled Champion 1346 launches into your ribs. You both collapse. He laughs like this is his villain origin story. Someone tries to cheat by cutting leg holes into their sack, but is promptly tackled by 3 grandmothers wielding ladles. A man with a fake beard has replaced himself with a scarecrow. No one notices. A dog enters the race halfway through, steals someone's sack, and leads half the field off course into a barrel of pickled onions. At this point, you are technically crawling. A woman yells that this is against the rules. A man in a tunic shouts that there are no rules. The announcer, who may also be drunk, declares both statements correct. A judge tries to intervene but falls into a puddle and begins reflecting on his life choices. With 7 feet to go, you gain momentum, not through strength or skill, but through pure gravitational betrayal. You lose balance, topple forward, and slide the rest of the way in what can only be described as a burlap skid. You cross the finish line face first, dragging 2 other participants and a turnip. The whistle blows, confetti is thrown. You are declared the winner. You are handed a prize ribbon that is damp for reasons you do not question, and a lukewarm pickle that may or may not have been in someone's pocket. You nod in polite confusion as a lute player begins composing a victory song that rhymes glory with sack-based story. A child salutes you. The goose is still watching. Your sack is removed and thrown into a nearby pile marked mostly intact. The blacksmith is pacing and muttering about rigged competitions. The baker demands a rematch but is eating cake while doing so. The merchant is curled up on the grass, whispering never again. A woman is hopping in a circle for no reason. No one tries to stop her. You attempt to stand, only to realize your legs have forgotten how to function. You sit back down and quietly chew your pickle. It tastes like defeat and vinegar. As you sit in the grass recovering from the sack race with a bruised knee and a pickle you didn't ask for, a monk in sandals taps your shoulder. He smiles serenely, flexes like a heretic's nightmare, and invites you to test your strength against Brother Cedric. He looks peaceful, but he's not. He grips your hand like he's trying to extract confession by force. You last 3 seconds. He blesses your bruised knuckles and gives you advice about hydration. You consider joining the monastery just for the workout plan. It all begins peacefully enough. A cluster of monks sits beneath an oak tree, sipping herbal tea and discussing the theological implications of crop rotation. Birds chirp, bees hum. Someone plays a lute badly. You almost feel relaxed. Then a monk slaps the table, shouts, "Next challenger," and everything changes. Brother Cedric, the head of this apparently swole monastic order, gestures for you to take the seat across from him. His face radiates serenity. His arms radiate danger. His robe sleeves are rolled to the elbows, revealing forearms that look like braided ropes. His sandals are humble. His grip is not. A novice monk stands beside the table holding a small brass gong. Another holds a prayer book in case things escalate. A third passes out small wafers, either for communion or blood sugar. You are not briefed. You sit across from Brother Cedric, palms sweating, spine rigid. He nods calmly, like a man preparing to walk you through a meditation, not physically dismantle your entire upper body. Then he clasps your hand and pins your elbow down in a single, smooth motion. The gong rings. The match begins. You push. Cedric does not. His eyes are tranquil. His expression does not change. You channel the strength of your ancestors, who survived plagues, famine, and poorly constructed shoes. Nothing happens. Cedric gently tells you to relax your shoulders and engage your core. You try, but everything is shaking, including your faith. Someone in the crowd starts chanting in Latin. Another begins humming what might be a funeral dirge. A small child whispers, "He's already gone," and hands you a flower. You're not sure if you're hallucinating, or if this is simply what the monastery does to people. 3 seconds later, your hand is slammed to the table with the quiet certainty of divine judgment. It is not painful. It is just decisive. You do not lose so much as you are informed. There is polite applause. Cedric smiles and praises your effort. He offers advice on wrist technique and invites you to visit the monastery bathhouse if your elbow swells. A younger monk places a damp cloth in your lap and silently offers you an apple. You take it, unsure if this is part of the ceremony or just pity fruit. Another villager steps up. He's massive, with suspiciously waxed forearms and a belt made from someone else's belt. He lasts 4 seconds. Cedric congratulates his breathing and then flattens the next 2 challengers in rapid succession. The gong is struck repeatedly. A candle is lit. No one is really sure why, but it feels right. You try to leave with dignity, but your arm no longer cooperates. You wave with your non-dominant hand and hum softly to keep from wincing. Cedric calls after you, reminding you that strength is temporary, but humility is eternal. You nod. You will reflect on that once the tingling stops. You pass 2 monks doing squats while balancing cabbages on their heads. Another monk is chanting psalms while lifting sacks of barley labelled "Training Weight Do Not Eat." Someone is using a wheelbarrow as a rowing machine. You begin to suspect this is less a monastery and more a medieval CrossFit cult in disguise. As you nurse your crushed knuckles and back away from the monk's table, the air fills with an excited murmur that feels less spiritual and more unhinged. Someone climbs onto a crate, clears their throat, and shouts a phrase that makes your stomach drop. "Release the chickens." Crates are opened. Hundreds of birds escape into the square. Children chase them. Adults chase the children. A chicken lands on your head. You accept this fate. Nobody remembers why the chickens were released. Nobody questions it. The sun is low. Shadows stretch across the field. A man in a feathered hat climbs onto a barrel and waves a large wooden spoon in the air like it's a sacred relic. You expect a speech. Instead, he yells again, louder, more urgent, like the fate of the kingdom depends on poultry. "Release the chickens," and it begins. A dozen crates burst open with the energy of cheap hinges and youthful overconfidence. Feathers explode. Clucks fill the air like battle cries in a feathery uprising. The birds pour out like someone tipped over a bucket of anxiety. You've never seen chaos move so fast or smell so strongly of coop. One chicken immediately darts into the mead tent and emerges with a pretzel in its beak. Another flaps wildly onto the roof of the blacksmith's shed and begins a victory lap. A third makes it all the way to the maypole and stares down at the crowd like a prophet with wings. No one tells you what to do. They never do. This is not a sport. It is an unspoken right. People simply react. Some scream, some chase, some simply stand still and pray. A man attempts to catch a chicken using a borrowed soup ladle. A child tries to barter with one using breadcrumbs and a shiny button. The chicken considers, then pecks his shoe and runs. A woman in formal robes attempts to herd a trio of hens with her parasol and a determined whisper. They ignore her completely. A monk stands very still, arms outstretched, waiting for one to come to him. It does. Then it poops on him and leaves. A dog joins in, not to help, just to feel involved. It herds 3 children and a juggler into a rain barrel. Someone claps. A musician starts playing frantic lute music. The chickens pick up speed. So does your pulse. A chicken lands on your head and begins shrieking. You do not remove it. You do not question it. You belong to this bird now. A woman bows. A man throws a handful of grain at your feet. You are possibly their new mayor. A wheel of cheese rolls through the scene like it's trying to escape this festival. 2 chickens chase it. A juggler trips over a bucket. The town baker screams, not in fear, but in what sounds like joy. A nobleman is cornered by 5 hens and attempts to bribe them with grapes. The town crier attempts to ring his bell and shout a warning, but is immediately tackled by 3 angry birds who appear to have unionized. A pig escapes from somewhere. No one knows where. A small goat joins the chase and headbutts a barrel. You make direct eye contact with a particularly unhinged rooster. It sees into your soul. You sidestep. It lunges anyway. You duck behind a hay bale. It vaults the hay bale. You flee across the square, shrieking softly. You dive, slip, and land in a barrel of molasses, feathers sticking to your face like nature's shame. Eventually a cowbell rings and someone shouts, "Enough! Just enough!" It's unclear who. The chickens scatter into alleyways, crawl under tables, and perch atop signs. A few strut into the church as if they've earned it. No one stops them. You wipe your face. Your sleeves are gone. Your dignity is missing. A child hands you a cup of soup and says, "Good effort." You nod. Your legs are scratched. Your arms are sticky. Your soul feels lightly fried. The games are done. People limp around smiling. A bard plays something emotional on a badly tuned lute. You share mead with a stranger and try to recall how many injuries you've collected. Someone points at your leg and asks, "Was that like that before?" You say yes. It was not. You sit on a barrel that is either slightly on fire or just naturally warm. You're too tired to care. Your knees are muddy. Your arm is sore. You are 90% bruises and 10% soup. The mead in your hand tastes like fermented apples and apology. It's perfect. Around you, the festival winds down like an overworked tavern wench slowly collapsing into a pile of hay. A man with a sprained ankle uses 2 fencing foils as makeshift crutches. The blacksmith is laughing so hard he's crying, possibly because he dislocated his shoulder trying to catch a pig. A noble woman is holding her petticoats together with twine and eating a roasted onion with the solemn pride of a duchess who fell into a puddle and decided to pretend it was deliberate. The bard shifts into a slower tune. It sounds like heartbreak and goat hooves. People sway. Someone begins singing along in a language that may or may not exist. A group tries to clap along but quickly loses rhythm and descends into polite chaos. You glance down at your leg. There is a welt shaped like a chicken. You name it Henry. It begins to itch, and you decide that Henry is probably cursed. The chicken who gave it to you may still be watching, hidden in the shadows, plotting its final act of revenge. A stranger sits beside you and offers a piece of hard cheese wrapped in a cabbage leaf. You accept without question. You eat in silence. You are bonded now. Across the square, someone is trying to remove a ribbon from their hair and accidentally ties their sleeve to a tree branch. No one helps. We are all on our own journeys tonight. A group has gathered around a small campfire and are comparing wounds like scholars comparing scrolls. Someone lifts their shirt to reveal a hoof-shaped bruise the size of a turkey leg. Another shows off a perfectly circular welt from the sack race finish line. Everyone nods with respect. The town healer has set up a small station made from a broken wheelbarrow and a pile of mint leaves. He applies honey to a scraped elbow and murmurs something about humours and celestial alignment. His assistant, a child with a basket of bandages and no sense of direction, wraps your arm and half your ear before scampering off into the dusk like a tiny chaotic moth. You watch the stars begin to emerge. First one, then three, then a sky full of tiny witnesses to your survival. The wind carries the scent of burned sugar, mead breath, distant poultry, and something that might once have been a pie. Somewhere behind you, someone is snoring under a table. A pair of lovers are slow dancing beside the maypole, which still has a chicken perched on top like a feathered gargoyle guarding the secrets of the festival. You sip your mead and feel your muscles begin to stiffen. Your adrenaline fades. Your body takes slow inventory of everything it endured today. You ache in places that do not appear on any medieval anatomy chart. And yet, you are proud. You made it. You survived the wrestling, the archery, the airborne cheese, the monk's arm, the goat, and the final poultry storm. Tomorrow will be full of questions. Why are your shoes in a tree? Why does your voice sound like you ate gravel? Who bit the jester? But tonight, none of that matters. Tonight is about bruised joy and borrowed cloaks. It is about quiet companionship and half-wrapped ankles, and possibly finding a clean blanket. Someone beside you raises a mug and shouts to survival. Everyone cheers. A chicken clucks softly in agreement. The torches dim. The music slows. The crowd begins to settle into sleep or something like it. The mead is finished. The bruises are permanent. And now, as the fires fade, it is time to say goodnight. You've earned it.